Welcome to the countdown. While you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay. Diamond drills, high pressure on. That gold show suits you. Bump it for me, yeah. You frack it well. Rigs work non-stop all day long. Filling barrels with crude oil. Sell them for me, yeah. You frack it well.
She looks metallic.
Though I can't quite recall overnight sensation.
Welcome everybody to another review of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 13. This week we have episode 14, the top 4, again. So I hope you had a nice week. As usual, let's greet everybody in the chat. We have Blazing Bard, Carrie Mack, our president of Discord Fantasia, Felicia, Gothboy UK, Jessica, John Young, Jules, Kylustration, Karina, Phoenix, Lemon, Robin Barron, Sen, Zosia, and everybody else that just joined in this very right moment. So, interesting episode we had this week. As usual, it's always an interesting episode. Now, during the review, comments at Top RPDR videos if you want me to read what's on the screen, if I manage to actually look at the screen. And after the show, we are going to talk about that video that Bassy Queen managed to get out today about the RuPaul's Drag Race contract. And it's a very interesting video. And like that interview to the Drag Race editor, it's going to be a required viewing for this channel. So go watch that video. I will pop a link, but it's going to be everywhere because it's getting viral really, really quick. So, as you notice, I have been a little bit late with my video reviews for the last 2 episodes that are not out yet. I've been kind of busy in this last 2 weeks, and I hope I will have them out this week. Well, not all of them, but at least in the next 2 weeks. So, yeah, I am late. I'm late as usual. Now, the most important thing that we have to talk about, Biscuit, Little Biscuit, the mascot of the channel. And you also see Velvet and Pearl. As you know, they've been kind of savagely bitten by 2 of their sisters. They are now in different cages. And Biscuit has been under treatment for the past 3 weeks. She had a huge abscess. She had 3 different bite marks with the skin fell off. It was tragic in a way, but she is hanging in there for dear life. So she is still with us. She is kind of underweight. Her abscess has been drained. Looks like it's healing up. And she's getting painkillers as well, which are leaving her a little bit disoriented because we need to kind of remind her that she needs to eat a little bit of something from time to time. So she needs round-the-clock care, but she is still with us. So thank you for everyone who sent good vibes or said a prayer for her or kept her in her thought, because she has been in our thoughts a lot. Don't laugh. Mr. Invisible is here with me. Cheese, does Pearl tell you if there's something on her face? Yeah, it's probably peanut butter. It's probably peanut butter. So she's still with us, but she needs round-the-clock care, which is, you know, when you start and you don't have time already, of course, she has the priority over everything that it's not strictly necessarily, which also means the work for the channel. But we will keep you updated because she is kind of a miracle mouse. Now that we talked about that, she's still here, so don't worry. She's still here. I hope she will be here for as long as possible. What? What did you say?
During the live stream.
During the live stream. She's sleeping, actually. So, what do we have this week? Where are you going?
I'm going.
You haven't said anything. We were supposed to talk together about different points. I was supposed to ask you, what did you think?
It was all a shit show.
Just sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I didn't even do the intro. Oh my god. Okay, so welcome to the shop. In this episode, we have a cringefest extravaganza that has it all, including another terrible song from RuPaul, more temporal incursion, including refilmed confessionals, and more examples of the queens self-producing themselves and also being kind of painfully aware of the production, the editing, the storylines. Yeah, it was kind of a shit show. Then, of course, more emotional porn, because we always need that. Who doesn't need a little bit of emotional porn from time to time? And what else did we have? Oh, RuPaul desperately trying to squeeze a tear because she felt sorry for Gottmik. Yeah, it was that bad. And the cherry on top, no elimination. So it was in the prediction, because of course a format that good wouldn't just be trashed down the drain, but you have to think about something. This was episode 14. We have had already 4 non-elimination episodes and that Corona special, whatever it is. Next episode is going to be the reunion, so it's not going to be an elimination episode again. All in all, 17 episodes, and 6 of them have been non-elimination episodes. So, you know, it's RuPaul's Drag Race Season 13. We need to dilute it as much as possible. So please remember, while you watch this review, keep in mind that we mean no disrespect to the queens, their personal stories, their struggles. It's not about that. It's not about the story. It's about the package, the editing, everything that went around that. That was the shit show. Now, as you know, my sweet half is here with me tonight. He's kind of embarrassed. So, Jay, what did you think of this fantastic episode?
As I said, it was a shit show.
It was a shit show. Do you have like the language ability to express yourself and maybe describe more what didn't you like of this episode? Apart from RuPaul's makeup and wig and dress and whatever the fuck Raven is doing behind the scenes.
Well,
come closer to the microphone. Nobody can hear you.
It was an unnecessary episode.
Yes, of course, like the other 6.
Yes. But more so, like, everybody was raised to that they were so good and that everything was so well. And
yeah, everybody was basically licking everybody. I don't know if they have MDMA in those cans, maybe a little bit of sweet tooth, whatever the fuck it was. It was reciprocal licking. Everybody was licking everybody's asses, which it's kind of good. I mean, you have to suck it up to the boss if you want to succeed in this show, but still, it was not very convincing. But the important thing is, this episode was for you to fall in love with Gottmik. Did you fall in love with Gottmik?
Not really. Well, I didn't fall in love with her. Maybe she becomes more relatable.
We don't say that word on this channel. That's the forbidden word. You don't say relatable. Do you need some liquid energy?
No.
Are you sure about it? Because you look like you could use some.
No, I think it's time for me to go.
Okay, well, then thanks for coming.
Have fun.
Yes, you too. Whatever you do in the other room while you're alone.
Playing PlayStation?
Yes, of course. They call it PlayStation now. Hey, don't show me the middle finger. Do you see what I have to... No, you don't see, of course, because... Oh my god. I have no webcam, as usual. So, let's dig into this review. I'm sorry I lost a couple of comments meanwhile. Sorry, I'm reading the comment, then we'll start with the review. Phoenix Rising, can you add a link for the RPDR editor video? Yes, I can, and I will. Give me a second, because I need to find it, but I have it saved. Give me just a moment, and I will pop the link in there. Where is it? When did we do it? It was like airtime, wasn't it? Oh yes, and here it is. It's timestamped, so if you want to... This is the part that I think everyone should watch, but I highly suggest that you watch the entire interview if you have time. Now, next up, Goth by UK. Can you believe that I completely forgot that my sister had a fawn mouse called Biscuit almost 30 years ago? I wonder if there's a picture somewhere. Well, on the Discord, I created a small section for sharing your pets, which is always, you know, we're always talking about, oh, the editing here, or somebody fucked up somebody else's there. It's nice from time to time to take a break and just... look at something cute. So that's why we have that section. Syria, can we talk about the mismatch confessionals? Of course, of course. We never do this show without talking about those. Lemon, Candy didn't know most of the words. How surprising. Phoenix, can we talk about Gottmik's confessionals trying to convince us that she's not being carried and Rosé just getting dumped on? I didn't really follow Gottmik's confessional because, believe me, after 15 minutes of this episode, I was basically put to sleep. So I missed a ton of things. I know that I missed a ton of things. So the reality is I didn't have that much time to prepare this review, but let's just pretend that it was because it was just boring. Jules says, that fake reaction from RuPaul made me laugh. Well, no disrespect intended. That whole section made me laugh. I know that I was supposed to cry, but it just made me laugh. There was no way to go around it. Okay, let's begin with the review. As usual, we are back in the workroom. Olivia was just being eliminated. It was definitely her time. We've seen it coming for a long time. I'm not sure she really deserved those 2 wins to begin with. That's debatable. But then again, I wasn't there during filming, so I cannot really say who was good, who was bad. It's just kind of a feeling that we have. I think it was really overdue that she would go home. Nevertheless, there's always time for a temporal incursion, and this time, in a matter of 3 minutes, we have 3. 2 from our usual spiky hair Rosé, and 1 from Simone, who kind of grew her hair a little bit more. And Rosé is here to telling us that it's kind of sad to see Olivia go home, but it was her time to go, which I'm sure it's consistent with the edit, and I'm also sure it's one of the reasons she's saying those kind of things, because over time we've seen Spiky Hair Rosé make an incursion in about 85% of the episodes that we've seen. And in addition to that, we have cracked down on the real confessionals that were really filmed after that day, and this confessional that you see here, that specific hairstyle, doesn't belong to any episode. So this was filmed at a later time. When do you ask? My best options, when Kamora filmed her. So probably around November, December, whenever they filmed the Meet the Queen. Which is nice to know. And also a hint, the World of Wonder fucked up whatever the fuck they were trying to do. But of course, we know that they do that a lot. That's also what makes this show endearing to watch after it's becoming such a mess over the years. But whatever it is. After this, we immediately jump on to the day after, and this is one of my favorite moments in the entire episodes, because we see the top 4 on that very table pretending to fantasize about what they are going to do with the Drag Race money. And I am like, okay, come on. 100,000, which is really 50,000 after taxes, and they all spent anywhere between $20, $30, $40, $50,000 to begin with. Well, apart from Candy Muse, to begin with, to make outfits for this season. And I like that they are pretending to act as if they're talking about $10 million. Oh, what are you going to do with all that much money? And I'm like, come on, in which world are we in? You know? It's like I go in the street and I find a 20 euro bill, and and my partner asks me, oh my God, what are you going to do with all of that money? And I'm like, well, of course, I'm going to buy 50 energy drinks from Lidl. It's liquid energy. Everybody knows that. Phoenix Rising, I need some Spiky Air Rosé merch. Well, we need to find an artist who would donate his work for the channel as a form of support. Then maybe we can make something up. But you know what I think about merch? It's kind of a silver lining about merchandise, because whatever you do, you always earn almost nothing for it, and people get overcharged for it. So I'm like, yeah, merchandise, yes, I get it, until a certain point. So after this, we immediately jump with RuPaul telling us what the Maxi Challenge is going to be. The queens are going to write lyrics, they are going to sing them, and they are going to prepare a choreography for RuPaul's new song, Lucky, L-U-C-K-Y. Why, it's mostly what I'm asking, because it kind of feels like one of those jingles for, how is it called? When you actually cannot go to the toilet, when you actually cannot pass. How is it called? Constipation. It actually feels like kind of an advertisement for constipation. And the title also fits too, because if you think that RuPaul is so old that she probably still has problems to, she starts to have a little bit of problem with a bowel movement. So, of course, when she manages to actually do it, she's probably feeling very lucky. So, buy Lucky. That is my best suggestion. It will surely help your bowel to find its regularity. I mean, forgot those yogurt online. It doesn't matter. Get Lucky. Get Lucky. Listen to me. Get Lucky. It will help you. So, after this, we are greeted to another section of the queens pretending to write the lyrics. Now, does anybody in the chat, not if you've been, not the ones that are on the Discord, because you guys know it already. I'm asking for everybody who is not on the Discord. Do you know why I'm saying that they are pretending to write lyrics? And while you draw with your comments, I read a little bit of the new comments. Dan Me Rope says, what I really need is relatable merch. We can all use some relatable merch. Kai Illustration, I am an illustrator, so I would gladly assist in any merch making. If you do understand the fact that we are kind of broke from that point of view, if you consider donating 1 or 2 hours of your time for the channel, and you understand that this is basically the deal, then I will greatly appreciate it. But I wanted, to make it clear, because I don't like to work for free, and I don't like asking people to work for free. But if you consider it as a form of support, then yes, please. Let's find something. We can work everything out. Gothboy UK, I swear I have heard the tune before. Most of Ru's latest stuff is derivative, so it's not surprising. Yeah, of course, as Rosé said, one is a singer and another one is a vocal performer, however she called a recording artist. CDP, every time I see those confessionals, now I can't help but say, hi spiky hair, Rosé, how are you doing? Lemon, wonder why they removed the Puppets mini challenge. Well, Lemon, when is enough cringe enough? Because we've had enough already in this episode. Maybe it will be in the reunion. I mean, after all, we have another 1 hour. Somebody has to talk about something. Something has to happen. Phoenix, they should have named the song Favored. That would have been more appropriate. You guys are sassy tonight. John Young, a bit off topic. Do all the queens need to pay a percentage of their sales after appearing on... That's part of the... We are going to talk about the contract. I'm going to talk about everything I know about it, how to put into perspective what was done perfectly in that video, a couple of things that should have been added as well. We're going to talk about it in the after show. Let's finish the review. It's going to be quick, so don't worry about that. Let's see. Valentine, I hope Rosé with... Didn't I ask a question? Oh, no. Oh, yes, I did ask the questions. I just got lost. Nobody's answering. Nobody answered. Nobody knows. Well, I will give you the answer. The answer comes from the Discord because, you know, Denali cannot keep her mouth shut, and I am living for all of it because basically she's, according to this user on Reddit and according to Pandalifo, who made a screenshot of that post, because you never know when this kind of things happen to being posted on Reddit, somehow they disappear. So thanks to Pandalifo for sharing this with us. So apparently Denali went live again, on Instagram live again, spilling a little bit of tea. Which kind of tea? Well, her verse for Congratulation, she was asked to write it before even going to the show. And that's not all of the story, because the rest of it is that she was asked to write for a specific part. So if that happened during the Congratulation, what do you think happened about the Lucky song as well? Because somehow we don't really see anybody write it. It really looks like they're standing there pretending. Yeah, oh yes, I'm writing about that. Oh yes, maybe I'll be doing this and that. And, you know, I'm not faulting our dear queens. They have to go with the flow. They invested a lot in the race. If they told her pretend to write, you shut the fuck up and pretend to write. Our job is to say the things that they cannot say. So they are basically pretending to write the lyrics for the songs. And after this, you might think we are going to see them record the lyrics for the song, right? Well, no, you would be wrong, because if you would see that, you would probably realize that Rosé is the only singer in the bunch. She is the best singer, but I don't want to say best because it makes it look like everybody else can actually sing, when that's not really the case. So, but of course, you as a viewer cannot be convinced that that Rosé deserves to win. So you don't have to see that she sings very well. We all know it, but we don't need to be reminded of that. This episode is not about Rosé. It's about Gottmik. Jules, Denali is the hero we need. I actually heard her sing this. It's beautiful too. I don't doubt that. Denali is the queen that we were not allowed to see winning this damn series, this damn season, however you want to call it. This shit show that's been going on for 4 months. 4 months. My God, the one time that I decide to deliver a video to go with the live stream to cover the editing throughout the whole season, of course it lasts for 4 months. That's luck. How else? I'm lucky. Oh my God, I'm lucky. Where's my list? Where are my notes? What the fuck was I talking about? Wait a moment. I got a moment because I thought, oh my God, I'm lucky. Oh, yes. Yes. We don't see the Queen's recording, but we are greeted to a triple mashup confessionals from, of course, our Queen of Temporal Incursions, Rosé. And of course, on the sides, you see spiky hair Rosé, that version of Rosé that in a distant future was used to push storylines, to tell us what to think about things, and basically, you know, be a good employee, because that's basically how they're acting, as good employee for World of Wonder. But you know, you have to do what you have to do. So in this triple mashup, this is one sentence, this is one long sentence. She's telling us what she did when all the lockdown happened. So when everything closed down, and then she jumps to the actual Rosé from this episode, she would turn a quick buck by going on social media and creating a rap verse. And then Spiky Hair Rosé comes back to tell us that people went wild for it. So in my sick mind, I'm thinking, what was the need for this? Because what was the problem? When Rosé originally recorded and told this story, was that not effective enough? Was she talking about something else? I don't know. They had to retcon it somehow. It's crazy. It's crazy that stupid things like this, like telling a story about how she coped with everything that's going around, had to be refilmed. This is the level of control we are talking about today. This is why Drag Race UK was so much better. Now let me go to the comment a little bit. Groover, she sang her verse like the day after the third episode aired. Oh, talking about Denali. Phoenix, some of them are recording artists and one is a singer. I completely agree on that. Syria and Simone when she's talking with Ru and Michelle. Oh yes, my god, we still have a lot to unpack. Let's move on. So you would think that we had a mini advertisement, but we don't have a mini advertisement. We don't even have a mini challenge. Instead, we have Inside Drag Race with Michelle Visage and RuPaul. Now, a lot can be said about this segment. Maybe you liked it, maybe you didn't like it, because basically what happens is a bunch of yada yada that goes on for 15 minutes. And honestly, I think that half of my brain was asleep during these things. Because everybody is licking everybody. Oh my god, you're so good. Oh my god, what is your story? Oh my god, this advice from RuPaul and blah 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 and blah blah blah. And I'm like, why do we have this segment? Because everybody would simply answer, we have this segment because we get to know more about the queens, right? Well, I completely agree with that. It's fantastic. But we already had 14 episodes before this. 13 competitive episodes and whatever that Corona thing was. So you would think that if they did their job correctly, now we do know who actually the queens are. But unfortunately, no. We need this segment to know who they are because everything that was done in this 14 episode was edited, produced, instigated directly, indirectly, passively, actively. We have no idea who they are. We need to have this segment to get to know who they are, which is fantastic. This is the mark of excellent producing. Corinne Mercury, do you know why they changed to Inside Drag Race from What's the Tea? Well, I like to think because everybody started calling the show Where's the Tea? Because there was no tea to be found. And if it was found, it was frozen solid. So a rebranding, you know, like the Viacom CBS Corporation, the company that owns VH1, where Drag Race airs. Yes, they are rebranding their streaming service from CBS All Access to Paramount Plus, and that is sure a sign of success, isn't it? John Young, the Praise Fest was such a waste of time, darling. Oh yes, it was. I will never get those 15 minutes of my life back. The only positive thing that happened in this whole segment is that we got to witness Simone's superpower. And if you thought that Simone's superpower was just being sexy on the runway, no. She can regrow her hair. And this is the favorite superpower of mine because, in a lockdown, unfortunately, we had to cut our own hairs. And by cut, I mean butcher our own hair. So I actually envy Simone very much for this ability of hers. So why did they mishmash Simone again? Well, because she had to describe who Simone is, and then she had to praise RuPaul's analysis in quotes, of her situation. It's not that she lacks anything. It's that she is not allowing herself to shine, because, of course, it's her inner saboteur. You see, this is one of those examples in which we see how self-aware the queens are about what's really happening during filming. They are pushing the psychobabble bullshit that RuPaul has been pushing for the last 10 years. Instead of one simple thing like book 2 or 3 therapy lessons, book 2 or 3 therapy session and work out, with a professional if you have an issue that's really impacting your life in a sensible manner. No. It's about loving yourself. It's about allowing yourself to shine. And in this, Simone is really smart. But, I understand that she has to be smart this way, but she also has to understand that we have to be smart enough to recognize that it's a pile of bullshit that she is doing because she is required to do. Directly, indirectly, however you want, but we are not idiots. And most of all, the viewers of this channel are not idiots. So it's there is this. There is more temporal incursions. So after this, we move to rehearsal with Jamal Sims, and I'm so happy that we have Jamal. Thank God we have Jamal. Why I am so happy? Well, first of all, he looks like a very personable person. He looks like he's really professional in everything that he does for the show. And if he has to go with the storylines, he always looks human while doing it, and is so much better than Todrick Hall. He looks like a total sellout on the show. I will never forget All Stars 3 when Thorgy Thor came to Todrick and said something like, well, I don't think that I am doing enough. I think that my part is kind of dull. I would like to do something more. And Todrick had this staring bitch face like, the fuck do you want? It is how it is. Take it or leave it. And I was like, no. If you gotta work for exposure, at least you gotta work for exposure with Jamal. At least you will have a good time and you will have a hot man to look at. And you know where I come from, so I'll just keep it at that, if you know what I mean. So after this, we go to our last mirror scene. This is the last moment our beloved queens will be in the workroom before finally going to the runway and find out that somebody will be eliminated. And you gotta give it to them, because production is doing all that they can to convince us that somebody is going to go home today. So not only they tell us, oh, this is elimination day, but of course we have a confessional from Gottmik who tells us that somebody has to go home today. It's like, everybody knows that we had a top 3 in season 12 because somebody was in the top 4 and got disqualified. So they were basically left with the top 3. But the top 4 format, since it was implemented in season 9, it's such a good format that you just don't change it. You're out of your mind if you do it. So by the end of the day, we find out that all of this was a setup for a little bit of shock value, because we needed to be convinced that Simone was going to get eliminated. For a moment, remember, for a moment. Jules, on the chat, Jamal, remember each individual queen's strength and weakness. It was nice. Todrick was just money hungry. Yeah, that's the same impression that I have. I cannot legally say that he is. I'm just saying that that is the impression that I have. So, it's nice to find the right language to express the way you feel. Of course, it's our last scene on the mirror, so it's time for Simone to shine again with some more psychobabble. Because, we have this scene in which Simone is doing her makeup and she is describing how she was before coming on the show. She was a very lonely kid, she was a very shy kid, she didn't love herself. But in this competition, she was able to blossom. And now she loves herself, and she can say that now. So, of course, she is desperately trying to squeeze a tear, but a tear is not coming out. Why is it not coming out? Well, I don't think she is that kind of a good actress to begin with, but maybe, and I'm just saying maybe, she's saying what she's saying because she feels like she has to say it, not because it comes from the heart. But of course it's more good publicity for the show, because you know that in the 3 weeks that it takes to film this season, the Queen make a 180. They change completely. They make friendship that they couldn't absolutely do outside of the show. They are able to blossom, express themselves, and all thanks to World of Wonder and thanks to RuPaul. Don't forget that, especially after you watched Bass's video about the contract. Don't forget that. John Young says, production pushed Gottmik for All Stars a bit too hard. All those confessionals about her staying behind in the workroom. Well, I still believe that she will be the winner of this season. So, we will see what happens in 2 weeks. My God, in 2 weeks. It's going to be the end of April. Oh my God, let's move on with the review because I want to go to smoke. So after all of this, we finally get to the main stage where we get to see the Queen's performance. And I know what's the question on everybody's lips. How did they get the right outfit for this performance, you ask? Well, the answer is quite simple. They prepared it in advance. But then you might ask, why did they get the right colored outfit? How did that happen? Because somebody had to give them the right outfit. And of course, the answer is no. They were asked to prepare multiple outfits for the finale. Because, of course it's the Queen. So who gives a shit if they have to spend $5,000-$10,000 more on outfits that they will never mathematically use? Because it's just a matter of some producer being behind the scenes during casting and thinking, oh, we still don't know if we would like queens to dress in pink or green or yellow or whatever it is, and so just prepare a little bit more. Peasant. Buy more dresses, peasant. After you sign the contract, of course. Oh my God. Oh my God, do you see why when I do this show, since the very beginning of the inception of this show, I always push the idea, please give the queens always the benefit of the doubts. They are not the villains here, no matter what you see on television. None of them is the villain here. There is only one villain and it's called World of Wonder. And that's it. And that's simply it. Moving on. To the runway. What was the subject of the runway? Like best drag, best whatever it is? Chat, can you help me? I forgot what was the runway. Best yourself? It was best something. It had to be best something. I don't really recall. Mostly because by this time I was basically falling asleep. Well, not really falling asleep. I mean, I was listening to Lucky, so you can understand that I had a she emergency in the bathroom. Lemon, drag excellence. Yes. The subject of the runway is drag excellence. And we start with Gottmik. And how does Gottmik look? I mean, that depends on how you look in there. Of course, depends on how much money you actually have to pay a good stylist and have a nice dress coming out. And personally, I did like Gottmik. I almost always like Gottmik on the runway, but that wig is fucking unforgivable. It's awful. The shape, it's terrible. It's doing her no favors at all. She should take that wig and burn it. And after she burned it, she should spread the ashes in the four corners of the world so that she can ensure that it will never come back. That wig was terrible. It was just terrible. And you know that I don't have the fluency to express everything that I feel about that wig. It was revolting. It was simply revolting. I don't know what was going on in Gottmik's mind. Oh my God. I cannot watch that wig. It's cringy. I hate it. But at least she's giving a wink to Dusty Ray Bottoms. If you still remember who Dusty Ray Bottoms is. That is. Who was, of course, eaten alive during the cryptiques because doing dots on the face, it's not, it's boring. It's always the same. You remember when I told you about cryptiques being very inconsistent between seasons, between episodes? Yeah, this is kind of one of those things. John Young, nothing will ever be as bad as Candy's pussycat wig. A lot of things will never be as bad as Candy. On the bright side, her potential to grow is really, really big. She has the biggest potential for growth out of everyone in this competition, which is a very nice way to say that she basically sucked. So, it just depends on how you express yourself, the way it will be perceived. But both are true in a way. Ivan Dominguez, most of the queens run out of clothes at this point, so the runways were understandable. I blame the producers and the 15 extra fierce looks that they have to pack. Yes, of course, because you never know behind the scenes who is switching dresses. Don't forget that Olivia came out on social media saying that was actually her final dress. When they had the pocket runway, she actually wore her final dress. So, of course, we may never know. We may never know. But in case of Candy, I was like, well, Candy, it's not like you served anything particularly finale worth it before. So, did she really choose to wear this for the finale? Was this the original dress that she thought? She looked at this dress and she thought, oh, yes, that's my finale dress. That's my eleganza, extravaganza, best drag, whatever, and I'm going to wear that. And I'm like, Candy girl, you might want to ask for a refund because that thing is I don't know. It looks like something that I would make. And I said it all. I will keep it at that. It looks like something that I would make. And the makeup was so harsh. And Candy has shown already in this competition that if she wants, she can do very good makeup. She can blend. She can match colors very well. She has like a cosmetology license? Makeup license, however is it called. She's a professional makeup artist. So I'm like, Candy, you are not painting for the back of the room. This is television. This is episode 14. By this time, somebody should have oh, wait. Because in the critiques, they never give you actually feedback, do they? Otherwise, they would have told her, hey, Candy, when you paint for the camera, you have to paint much lighter. This is not a club. You have lights pointed on you and the camera picks up everything. And if you paint like this, you're going to look like a clown. Plain and simple. But of course, you know that the critiques are not feedbacks. They are storyline pushes. Phoenix, Candy is serving confused Daphne from Scooby-Doo. That's a great definition. Danielle Harris, her train look was her finale look. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Is it true or is it just your is it something that you is it an opinion or was leaked out? Because the girls from this season are leaking out a ton of stuff. they cannot shut up, and I have maximum respect for all of them. Daniel, she said it on Twitter. Thank you so much. So apparently this outfit was not her final outfit. The train outfit was supposed to be her final outfit. So I'm going to dig on Twitter, find this out so that I can actually include it in the episodes, because, you know, information is good, but receipts are always better. Always better, especially when you are relating. Can we stop with this relatability? It's killing me tonight. It's really killing me tonight. Relay it back to all of our viewers. All of them. It's like we have millions. All of our viewers. Moving on to, one last thing about Candy. I liked the wig, because big girl need big wig. So I liked that wig. I will give her that. Then we move on to Rosé, and I didn't like whatever Rosé was serving. I understand the concept, and I am glad that there is a concept behind it, but I didn't really like it. I didn't like the fabric. I think it was too dark. It looked too busy. It was kind of, until her knees, she's basically a box. There is no shape. There is this belt hanging in there for dear life, desperately trying to give her a shape, and it's not really working for me. Those gloves look like they went in civil war with the rest of the outfit and the wig. Nobody knew what happened, and the makeup was unblended. What the fuck happened with the Queen's makeup? Because at this point, I'm going to think they gave them 30 minutes to prepare. And they said, you have to do your makeup in 30 minutes, which kind of makes sense because Gottmik is a makeup artist, and Simone is really quick with her makeup. She usually have a very light makeup on. So maybe they were trying to fuck somebody? I don't know. I'll let you speculate on that. But I wasn't proud of that makeup. It didn't look good on her. On the other hand, the wig was fantastic. I'm in love. I'm jealous of all these wigs. Phoenix Rising, what were the gloves? Should have been a brown leather that makes that belt at least. Oh, that goes with the belt. Yes, I completely agree. I don't understand. I mean, you guys, I am honest with you. I have no sense of fashion whatsoever. My idea of getting out of the house is a single collar shirt and a pair of jeans, and that's it. And if the shoe match, they match. If they don't, at least I'm wearing shoes. So, you know which kind of opinions are you listening to? But I didn't like this. It didn't wow me. You know, it didn't bring me to that kind of set of mind of even thinking, well, would I cannot say that. Ivan Dominguez, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she might be Scottish. Yes, that's the point of that outfit. That is the story behind the outfit, which I agree with. I didn't like the execution, though. I really didn't like it. Gothboy UK, Rosé's outfit was made for someone at least 30 centimeters taller. It swallowed her. Well, good for her. What can I say? I mean, it's the finale. You need some relief. Moving on to Simone, and Simone looked fantastic. There is nothing to say about Simone. And I will relay it back. It's the same shape, yes, whatever. But did you see what everybody else served on that runway? I even hear some people's opinion saying, well, you know what? It was kind of refreshing that the best drag was none of those expensive gowns, and it was just, you know, normal dresses. And I was like, for fuck's sake, if there is one dress that you need to spend your money in, it's your Final Four dress. It's your best drag, you know? I understand Rosé, for example. It was a very elaborate concept. It didn't work for me, but I understand that there was work behind it. But, you know, kind of Gottmik and Candy looked like, girl, did you run out of money? Couldn't you pay the stylist? Couldn't you offer, more shout out? I don't know what happened. But Simone looked amazing. So I don't know if because the dress is fantastic by itself, or I don't know because she is being in comparison to everything else that was served on that runway, it elevated her so much. She looked fantastic. I have nothing to say about that at all. At all. And you will get a permaban if you say anything about... No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Lemon, Simone looks really good in purple, and the makeup was really nice. Yes, she was fantastic. I mean, you can say everything you want about Simone. But when she's on that runway, I will go as far as saying that she's more pleasing to the eye than RuPaul. And RuPaul has filters on. And Raven does her makeup. And you might like Raven's makeup, you might dislike it, but she is still a very experienced and professional makeup artist. She is doing it by herself. So, props to Simone. This was beautiful. Moving on to the critiques, which I'm not going to discuss because it was a bunch of yada yada. You went so far. You were so good. Ooh, you changed so much. And of course, there was that part where RuPaul desperately tried to squeeze a tear. She was like, my God, Gottmik, your story touched me. And I was like, where did it touch you? RuPaul, tell me. We're going to cut this out. So she was desperately trying to squeeze a tear, and the tears wouldn't come out. They just wouldn't come out. But of course, we know RuPaul is a successful businessman, but she is no actress, and it's so transparent. And I was like, okay, I got it. We need to push Gottmik, but for fuck's sake, where is the limit? Where is the limit? Where is the decency? Because when you fake cry about the real story and real suffering of someone, you are not just disrespecting us, the viewers, trying to push your storylines. You're also disrespecting the personal story of that person because you are not even giving a sincere reaction to it. So, oh my God. Oh my God. Phoenix Rising, that part where they told Rosé, thanks for participating. Oh, yes, we're going to get there. We are going to get there. So, after the non-cryptics, the yada yada, the last yada yada section of RuPaul's Drag Race, it's time for some emotional porn. And you find that a lot of new viewers watch this section and they are left with this feeling, oh my God, it was so inspiring, it was so nice, it was so refreshing for that to be done on television. If you are one of those viewers, these reviews are not for you. Come back when you start seeing that there is something wrong with the show, and we can talk about it. But enjoy the Jantasy if you're still in the Jantasy. Enjoy it. It's worth all of it. But the moment you start noticing things, you can come back and see our reviews and see what's actually happening. Because this is just emotional porn, And RuPaul starts this segment saying like, oh, it's an old tradition on Drag Race that we did this. And I was like, yes, since that time that you tried to fish for whatever Pearl's trauma she had in her childhood, because that's the season when this whole bullshit started, and everybody saw that, and everybody thought the same exact thing. What the fuck happened to Pearl? That of course because you have her medical record that you want to talk about, to come out with. Oh my God, I hate this. So yeah, but as I am, I'm not really. I say hate, but what I mean is, what's the word? Not disgust. It's more like it's, when something is such a bad example that it kind of makes you want to look the other way and forget you ever watched it, because you don't want to get infected with that kind of illusion of reality. You just don't want to see it anymore. You just go like, I don't want to be exposed to it, because it's such bullshit that if I see too much of it, I will start to believe it. I don't know what's the word for it. I don't have the English for saying it, but this is how I feel about this segment. So I don't hate it, it's just that I don't like it, and I know I have the uttermost respect for everything that these queens went through, because you know that as queer people we are statistically more likely to have gone through bullshit like this. So I completely respect their stories. This is not about their stories. This is about how everything was packaged to fish for an emotional reaction from the audience. And these queens have to stand there and expose themselves, because that's what the show requires them to do. It's, oh my God. Oh my God. So I know I was watching this section and I was supposed to cry, but the reality is I was laughing through most of it, because you have RuPaul with this smile, you know, she's salivating, she's anticipating, oh my God, this is good television, this is an Emmy. So tell me, what would you say to little Gottmik? And she is salivating, you know. And then you have cue the emotional music, cue the sad faces, and it's like, come on, my God, this is so transparent. Can't we just have, I don't know, maybe an interview with maybe an expert, you know, a sociologist, a psychologist, a therapist, whoever it is, and they can all have a nice conversation about it, instead of whatever the fuck we had with Michelle and RuPaul before, you know. I understand the point of it. I don't like the exploitation of it. If you get what I mean. Lemon, the Give Me All Your Trauma segment is a better name for it. Oh yes, we made a post last year with this image, and the caption said, "Give me all your trauma." Yes, that's the best name for it. How else would you call it? My favorite part in all of this is that we have the same segment with Gottmik, we have it with Candy, we have it for Simone, and for all of those, RuPaul is like, oh my God, you have such inspirational stories. I am so proud of your accomplishments and your growth and your shining, and you have found yourself and you went through all of this. And then it comes to Rosé, and she's like, oh yeah, Rosé, you're okay. You're a perfectionist. You're okay. And that's it. Nothing else for Rosé. Because, you know, every chance is good to take a little bit of a dump on Rosé. We don't want to convince the audience that she actually has a chance to win this. God forbid that people think that Rosé could win this. So they go, yes, Rosé, you're good. That's fine. That's all of it. And I was like, and you can see that this is fishing for emotional porn, because Rosé came out and said, listen, I was one of the lucky ones. You know, it was easier for me. I had a loving family, an accepting family, and I fell in love with this heart, and this is now my job and my life. That's not enough trauma for RuPaul. She's like, yes, Rosé, you're good. Oh, you're good. So after this, it's not time for the antibiotic. I gave it a 10 already. So after this, we move on to the 4-way lip sync, aka shit show in a can, if you will, again. So we have this segment with all 4 of the queens lip syncing, and I'm like, of course in this shot you can also appreciate how kind of fucked up Rosé's and Gottmik's and Candy's makeup actually is. It's like, They were kind of going, I'm sorry. Gals, I'm sorry. But you kind of went for that Pennywise realness, didn't you? So we have this 4-wave lip sync, which is a terrible idea. Well, it's actually a smart idea from a producer's perspective, but it's a terrible idea because you don't see a fuck, you don't understand anything of what's happening, you see 2% of everyone's performance, so you're left like, well, whatever you want me to like, I guess I like. Whatever you want me to dislike, I guess I dislike. And this is the 4-way lip sync. And of course, at the end of this, we have this shock moment in which we are led to believe that somebody will be eliminated and that somebody will be Simone. And I was like, if you wanted to make us believe that this could actually happen, you should have left Candy or Gottmik last, because they surely are the two ones that don't really belong in the top 4 to begin with. And no offense to anyone, it's just a matter of fact. So, but of course, nobody gets eliminated because remember, the real queen of the show is the format. So, next episode, it will be reunion, then no elimination again, then finally the 17th episode of this season after 4 long months will be the top 4. Sorry, will be when we crown a winner. And before we go to a cigarette pause and before we start to actually talk about the damn contract, the Bussy video, and all of your questions about it, I'm sure you have a ton of them. And as you know, I am very prepared on the topic, at least on the Season 8 contract, so I can give you a lot of different perspective on it. And it feels also good to talk it out, because it's a lot of stuff. But before we do all of that, who is going to win? Well, I can tell you who I am rooting for. Some of you know already. You can take a guess in the chat, or you can just tell me who you are rooting for. But there is one specific queen that I am actively rooting for to win to win season 13. AB says, I mean, they hide their lip sync every challenge in the finale. And, the fracking is going to be the win. And Tyler says, Rosé. Okay, says Team Candy. Karina says Candy. Blazing says Candy. Yes, we are rooting for Candy. We are rooting for Candy Muse. At least I am rooting for Candy Muse. My partner was ready to spit in my face because of that. But before you react to it, let me tell you something. This season was the worst and messiest season in all of the history of Drag Race. And a messy season deserves a messy winner. So, Team Candy forever. Because if she wins, it's going to be iconic. So, I just read Fantasia from the chat. Don't you say that name. I'm going to say it. Come on, Candy Muse. You can do this. Well, apart from who am I rooting for, I'm going to tell you who I think it's going to win. And it's the same person that I've been told you since December, since the pre-show. For me, it's going to be Gottmik. If it's not Gottmik, it has to be Simone. There is no way they're going to crown Rosé. She has been too aware. She has shown a massive middle fingers to everyone since the beginning. And did you notice something about Rosé? She was so good and so self-controlled since the beginning of the season that by the end of it, they started complaining to her. You are too much of a perfectionist. You are too much in your head. You're in your head. You are too concentrated ranting about your performance. You need to come out of your shell. And I was like, yes, Rosé, you needed to be manipulated a little more. But she showed everybody the middle finger, and she will always have my respect for that. Beatrice says, you're never gonna get it. Oh, come on, let me have something for once. Can we have candy for the win? You know, I've done this review for 14 episodes, and everybody has been calling me a hater of candy in the comment. Well, not everybody, but a ton of new people like, oh, why do you hate candy? I was like, oh my god. Some people. Phoenix Rising, I hope Simone wins. Gottmik's favoritism is too strong and screwed over Utica and Tamisha. Oh yes. If we gotta be honest, I'm really excited to see who is finally going to be the winner of Tamisha Iman's virtual drag battle. That's the one I'm actually excited to see. Because at this point, I couldn't care less. I stopped caring about this season about a month and a half ago. That's how long it's been dragged on. It's been so overproduced. It's like puppets. Those people are not people anymore. They are puppets. So, okay. Before we get into the rabbit hole of the Drag Race contract, let's take a pause. Let's go to the toilet. Let's go smoke 1 or probably 2 cigarettes, because you know that we need them. Let's get some liquid energy, and I'll see you back, guys, in 5 minutes. So, and I didn't put in a song. I am an idiot. Where's the song? Oh my god. Oh, I am such an unprofessional. I'm so unprofessional. I mean, of course we don't get new viewers. How can you get when you're so unprofessional? There we go. Here are some... Stop it? Okay. See you in 5 minutes, guys. And we're back. I hope you're all relaxed and let's get into this, shall we? So, questions. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I will be reading a couple of comments for before and then we get directly to the questions. Jules said, let me leave the fantasy that Rosé and Simone are going to win. Maybe it will be a double crowning. Who knows? They have the money for that. Phoenix, what shenanigans do you think they'll pull to help out Gottmik in the lip sync for the crown? Well, they're probably... I hope they coached her in some way, because you know that she's not going to be eliminated first. That's not going to happen. Vitriol Vic, I agree with you. Candy should win. Since this was the season of delusion. Yes, in a good way, of course. But I am so proud of the fact that she's saying it herself. You know, this is about delusion. And you need a little bit of delusion to actually be successful in life. You need a little bit of that. That's part of being a successful drag queen. So... Johnny Boy Toy, will they shoot the finale in a theater? That is debatable. I don't think so, because that wouldn't justify the cost, because renting a theater is expensive, especially since you cannot really fill it to capacity. You just have a very, very limited amount of people that you can fit in there because of what's going on. But most importantly, don't forget that VH1 has been pushing and pushing and pushing to respect the lockdown, to respect the law, to stay at home, to stay safe. This is something that's been going on for a whole year. So I don't see anywhere VH1 coming out and saying, oh yes, let's shot it in a theater and let a lot of people believe that we don't give a shit about the lockdown regulations. That's mostly why I don't think it's going to happen. Which in a way it's also a good thing, because it's the moment where the queens actually have to get creative in their own home. So, I know, it's kind of nice. I don't dislike it, considering the circumstances. Lemon, who are you rooting for in Tamisha's drag battle? That's a nice question. I loved Jesus Vice a lot. But there's also another queen that I cannot, for the love of me, remember her name. But those are the two that I like the most. I hope they win something. Well, she's like, Tamisha's been really nice. She's like, I'm going to give a little bit of something to everyone. So you see that she's a queen. But I hope they make it far. I hope they make it far. There's a lot of contestants in the finale. It's like 30 queens. So we'll see. We'll see. I hope I'll be awake. You know, to catch it live. Phoenix, if Candy wins, it will truly be delusion on the runway. It will be. Sophia, do you think they'll cast Laguna soon? Ever lose, so they'll be able to have Stephanie's child in an all-star season? I don't know. I don't know about that. Mostly because Laguna looks like she will not be able to pull up with all the shit that's going on with filming. You know, the moment Rosé comes back, she probably was like, they did this and they did this and they tried to do this and then I felt like this and then I reacted like this. And, you know, from what I've seen online, Laguna is more like, okay, you know what? Fuck you all. So I don't know. Phoenix, there's been pics circulating of Maki with RuPaul's Drag Race finale on a theater. It's possible. I mean, everything. It's not a point if it's possible or not. It's a point of how probable it is. I don't think it's very probable, but at the end of the day, it's just my opinion. Valentine says, do you think we will see another winner of Drag Race like BB in All Stars 3? There has been rumors circulating of an all-winner season. So I would tend to believe that if they bring back a winner, it will be for this season rather than a normal season. But, you know, at this point, it's very likely that they're going to bring in everyone that they can at the cheapest, you know, at the cheapest price possible, because queens from very, very early season will have to sign a new contract. and they were winners. So we'll have to see about that. Even Dominguez, so now that the season is almost over, could you give us your top 4 of the season and your least favorite? Well, I agree with having Rosé and Simone in the top, but I think we should have had Denali, definitely Tamisha, because she deserved it. And, you can say whatever you want about it. There are a lot of people who say, well, but she's old. Yeah, but her dresses were not that much, and I don't give a shit. She was in the top 4 for me. Who else could have been in the top 4 for me? Utica. Definitely Utica. So, for me, these 5 queens all deserve to be in the top, if this was a real competition. But clearly, at this point, it's not. My least favorite queen of all, it depends on which kind of criteria do you mean by least favorite. Candy was the one that I enjoyed the least at all. Mostly because of the edit that went around Candy. They did so much fucking around with her edit, and I didn't enjoy none of it. If you are telling me who was the least talented out of all of them, I would have to say Olivia, not necessarily because she lacks the talent, but because she's just very, very young. You can see that she has no preparation whatsoever in acting, in singing, in entertaining a crowd live. These are things that you pick up with experience. So she had none of it. So in that matter, she was my least favorite. Chat, please don't skip. There we go. AB says, if Candy wins, do you imagine Twitter the next day? Oh, yes. It would be really good for publicity. Like, really good for publicity. Moving on. Felicia, your top 4 were my choices too. I think it was everybody. The point is, we all have a pair of eyes. We can all see, and we can all see beyond the edit. So, I'm not surprised that most of us will basically agree on this set of queens, because they were clearly the best prepared. The best prepared. I mean, Denali is making an absolute killing. She is the real winner of this season. Say whatever you want, but she is the real winner of this season. She's killing it on social media. Luna says, in Untucked, when the queens were watching their family videos, everyone else was shown giving a sweet reaction except for guess who? Yeah, Rose. Unfortunately, I didn't see that, because by the end of this episode, I was so over with it that I watched the first 5 minutes of Untucked, and then I said, you know what? No. I think you guys will understand, but no, I couldn't do it. It was just too much. It was just too much. So I didn't go through it. I know that Gothboy UK hit me on Twitter, telling me something that happened in there, which or it's already removed from my memory. But no, I didn't watch it. This was a first for me. This is the first Untucked ever that I didn't watch. And I don't intend to watch it. It's been a little bit too much. Johnny Boy Toy says, my least favorite was Denali. I'm going to mute you for 5 minutes. No, I'm not going to mute. It's a joke. It's a joke. Corinne Mercury, they should crown Gigi's mother as the winner at this point. You guys are terrible, and I'm leaving. Diogo, my pick for the win this season is Gigi's mother and Diego Montoya. I don't know who that is. Okay, so as you know, a video came out from Bassi here on YouTube, and she actually managed to obtain the contract for season 14. Now, as you know, I've been ranting for 2 years, trying desperately to find a new contract, because the contract for season 8 leaked. But that contract was before they moved to VH1. So I've been actually speculating a lot. The show went completely mainstream. Now they are on a cable channel, a famous cable channel, actually the flag channel for cable for the Viacom Corporation. So I was like, of course, this contract has to be extremely skewed now in favor of the producers, because the more visibility the show gets, the more famous it gets, the more people are willing to give up things in order to appear in it. So, of course, I was expecting this contract to be completely fucked up. With this said, I didn't expect it to be this kind of fucked up. And if you haven't watched Bassi's video, please watch it, because she didn't just manage to get the contract for season 9, 10, 11 or 12 or 13. She got the contract from season 14. So you know that either two things happened. Either she applied from Drag Race, got the contract, she got contacted back, got the contract, and then showed them the middle finger. Or at least she knew someone who did. But personally, I like to believe that she applied and World of Wonder was like, oh, a famous YouTube queen. She's been on the rise for the past 2 years. Yes, we want her. And then she went online with a video called Exposing the Drag Race Contract. Now, you gotta respect the hell out of that, because it was an incredible move. I was like, yes, finally. And that contract is so fucked up on so many levels. So watch that video. It's like a 20-minute videos. It's worth all of those minutes. Now, with that said, she pointed out to a ton of things. One of the most important things that she pointed out was the fact that the NDA lasts in perpetuity. And this is the important thing, because we actually talked about it before. We talked about it in the Discord, that the NDA always lasts in perpetuity. Doesn't matter which kind of shows you're on, it's a staple of reality television. Why is that so much of a staple? Well, because reality television wants to sell you the idea that what you see is real. But the manipulation that goes behind the scene is so sophisticated that no person in his right mind would see all of this evidence and think that whatever is appearing on television is even remotely close to an accurate depiction of reality. So it's extremely important that everybody shut the fuck up on everything that's going around, that's going on behind the scenes. So when Tamisha said back in the day, when the contract expires, we actually sent her a tweet telling her, read the contract, because that's not the NDA, that's the exclusivity period. And after that, she actually stopped kind of talking about it. So for everybody that's here in the chat, if you come to the live streams that Tamisha does, if you happen to leave a comment or whatever it is, I think that our best reactions as supporters is to just shut up on the situation, because what I think happened to her is that she actually received a cease and desist, because she is not just any queen. She is not just spilling a little bit here and a little bit there and it ends up there. She went live saying, when my contract expires, I'm going to spill all of it. And she spilled a lot of stuff directly in that live. So they are going to make an example out of her if she speaks out. So the best thing to do is to just forget about it. At the end of the day, the important thing is that she got the exposure Everything else can be forgotten, and let's move on from that point on. That is really the best course of action. Let's just forget about it. Because you can see that she was triggered by all the riggery that went on behind the scenes. I don't think she was really prepared for that much, and it is that much of interference and moving the queens around like puppet. And she is a pageant queen, so she likes to compete. She likes the idea of a fair competition, and she is lucky that she got away from the show the way she got away from it, because if they decided to portray her as a villain, she would have been triggered in a much worse way. So if you want to support her, let's forget about it. Don't worry about what goes on behind the scenes, because one way or the other, the queens have learned that they can all speak up a little bit here and a little bit there. Not too much, not too public, a little something in a live, a little post here, a little post there. They cannot sue all of them, and they cannot avoid to recast all of them in whatever they want to do. If it's a tour, if it's a show on World of Wonder, they cannot cut out all of them. So as long as all of them speak out teeny tiny things from time to time, it will still go well. And for everything else that goes on with the edit, we have a show to do exactly that. So let's not push the queens in uncomfortable situations that might interfere with their career. That is really the best course of action that we can take as supporters. Now, sorry that I've been talking a lot about this, but I missed some of the comments. So I'm going to go back for a moment, read your comments, and then we go back to the new ones. Gothboy UK said it was about how they twisted the Tamisha versus Candy situation to actually be a Candy evolution and not even remotely negative. Yes, but we all saw through that. That is the important thing. Now, of course, this is a tiny little show, so we don't have much exposure from that point of view, but maybe in time we will get more and we will continue to do the same thing. So it's not a completely lost situation, at least we are here to call this bullshit out, and hopefully a lot of other people will follow through. Phoenix says, I got Bussy to admit about the misrepresentation for dramatic purposes in the comments. That's really nice. That's something that was not talked about, but it is in our intro. That is my favorite part of the comment of the contract. Misrepresentation for dramatic purposes. Vitriol Vic says, exactly, Bussy probably applied. I mean, you gotta give it to her. I love when finally World of Wonder gets it back. I love it. And, to give it back in such a way to convince them that you want to participate and then show them the middle finger, it's just, I don't know, it's sublime. It's a sublime experience. Gothboy UK, I need to see the contract in full before making a judgment, but I'm not paying Bussy for it, no way. Well, you have to understand also one thing. Bussy, her career here on YouTube, what she does is her job. It is her livelihood. That's what she uses for paying her rent, for making a living for herself. So even though personally I do not agree about withdrawing information behind a paywall, you also have to understand that you have to do what you have to do in order to survive. I always come to this channel and say, listen, we don't have time, we wanted to do more, but we have to make a living because the channel doesn't make a living. If it would make a living, then I don't know, maybe one day I would probably do things like this because it brings in more support, and after that maybe a lot of it will stay, because one way or the other, if you have producing content takes time, and if it's time that you use for producing content, then it's not time that you're using for working and making a living. So the content has to be the living. So I don't judge her for that. I understand it. Everybody does it. We are the only idiots who don't do it, and that explains the difference that we have. So, you know. Gothboy UK, NDA lasting in perpetuity is standard in many UK government jobs too. I signed several, including the Official Secret Act. Yes, of course, NDAs are ubiquitous, but, you know, I can talk for what I know. Of course, in the government you have NDAs. But what I think is the difference is that NDAs, when you're signing them because you are sworn to secrecy for the government and you break them, I think that's a criminal act. While in this contracts for reality television, the difference is that it's something that goes on a civil court, so you will not go to prison for that. Long story short, you don't go to prison for that. You will get a fine, but you don't go to prison. That is the biggest difference between the two of them. And, you know, I'm speaking as an opinion, of course, because I have no idea about those contracts you're speaking of, because it's not my area of expertise. Joel says Denali as her finale look already made. It's Aurora Borealis, more spectacular than what any of the top 4 queens this year. Yeah, some queens really spent a ton of money on their outfits. Like, really spent a ton of money. I wish that they would understand that they don't need to do so, because it doesn't matter what you have. If the producers want you in the top, you will be in the top. If they want you out, you will be out. Doesn't matter what you are wearing. It doesn't matter. At this point, it really doesn't matter. So I would wish that they would not invest so much money, especially if they don't really have it to begin with. I understand it, that being successful on Drag Race can bring you a ton of money after you've given your fair cut to World of Wonder, but you know, it's still kind of sad to see somebody spend that kind of money and then not even being judged fairly for it. So while I do appreciate seeing those outfits, I don't think it's worth the price that they actually pay. You know, they can wow us outside of Drag Race. This is what I think. Please, chat, don't skip. Don't skip. If I skipped any questions, please go with the @top RPDR videos, because otherwise there are a lot of I'm happy that we are a lot of people and we are talking about a lot of things, but when there are too many comments, I have difficulties following them. So if I miss something, just go with the and I will get back to you. Gothboy UK says, it wasn't the paywall that is the issue. It is selling something that doesn't belong to you. They got that contract from someone else. I don't know where she got the contract, but she is not selling the contract. She is offering support for her channel, for what she does online, and part of the rewards is access to the things that she made public. So you have to understand one thing. When they send you the contract, okay, you sign in because you want to participate on Drag Race. You sign in a form, okay? In that form, there is no sworn to secrecy whatsoever. And then they just send you the contract. Now, when you have it, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Why? Well, because you didn't sign any obligation with it. It was just given to you. So if you want to spread it, you can spread it. Of course, it's arguable if you could sell it, but she's not selling it. You have to see the silver lining in here. She's not selling the contract. She's making it available as additional content for people who decide to support her. So we can discuss how do we feel about that, but she has the right to do so. Let's make it clear. Blazing Bard, can we talk about some points in the contract? Sure. If whatever you want to ask along, and we can go in details. Phoenix Rising. Utica's finale outfit is sublime. So Cathedral and Notre Dame. I haven't seen it yet. This week was completely madness. You know, it kind of feels like it's been a month since we've been on the live stream. It was so busy. I haven't had time to do anything. This is the first week in 4 months that we don't have a video out. First time. AB says, Bussy said that they can't even charge a queen because of bad publicity and difficult to prove the real damage. Oh yes, we can go into that, but because actually, let's go into that immediately. There is a clause in the contract that says that you will pay that amount of money only because you spoke out about what happened, because you broke the NDA. Now, that clause, in my opinion, it's worded in a way in which you don't have to demonstrate that you have actually made any sort of damage. You just broke the NDA, and you accept in written form that if you break the NDA, regardless of the kind of damage, you will pay $2 million. So if they can prove that you broke the NDA, at the best of my knowledge, they can simply drag you to court and you already lost. Plain and simple. Because you already accepted to pay that amount of money, and it's specifically written that it's not damage. It's not considered damage. Why don't they use the word damage in there? Because if they use it, then they need to demonstrate the damage, and that is the difficult part. But it's not damage. It's worded in a different way. Let me pull out, because this clause remained the same with the Season 8 contract, the one that I actually have. So I can read it to you, if I can find it quickly. Where is it? Oh, damn. When you need something, it's... Oh, there we go. I agree that disclosure by me in violation of the foregoing... Okay, let's read in English. If I violate the NDA, I agree that World of Wonder can seek injunctive relief against me without posting any bond to prevent any further breach of contract and the recovery of money and other consideration received in connection with the disclosure, which means if you've been paid to do an interview in which you broke the NDA, they are entitled to that money, and recovery, of course, of the producer's attorney fees, and an amount equal to $2 million. And this amount is agreed upon by the parties as liquidated damages and not as a penalty. Sorry, then I was wrong. They used the word damage, but is already agreed as a fixed amount, so they don't have to demonstrate it. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot tell you this is 100% the meaning of it, but I think it's very close to 99% of it. So they're basically saying whatever the damage, we make a forfeit in the contract that it's going to be $2 million. Do you agree with it? You signed the contract, then you agreed with it. Which is fucked up, of course. Sorry, the chat skipped. Let me get back if I lost any other comments. Can we talk about points in the con Utica's finale? James Young, if you haven't covered it, do all the queens need to pay percentage of their sales after participating on Drag Race? Based on the contract presented by Bussy, which is the one for season 14, and we are going to talk about, from now on, we are mostly going to talk about that and the information that came out from that video. Based on that contract, absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. It was also on the season 8 contract. Percentage of the sales. Yes, of course. Percentage basically on everything. One way or the other, either because they go through management and they are forced to have World of Wonder as their management or somebody appointed by World of Wonder, or because it's a clause in the contract, they always have to give a cut back to World of Wonder. So, yeah, I know. That's why we need a new drag show. SC said, Bassi said in the contract was easily accessible from the season 14 application process. Yes, and I tried to do that. The problem is that it works like this. You go on the site and you have to go through this very long questionnaire, which is still fine, but they also ask you for pictures of you in drag and without drag. They also ask you for your social media to take a look at it, and then once you send the pre-application, that's not the application, that's the pre-application, then they send you the contract. When you receive the contract, you need to sign it, send it back, and then you will send your audition tape. If they like you, they will call you in for casting, for the interview, which I guess happened online. And if after the interview you are still in the chosen group, then you will undergo psychological evaluation, and only after that you will receive the final contract to actually be on the show. So you see, in order to get the contract in the first place, you need to have a pre-application that it's good enough for them to decide, okay, I would like to have you, possibly. So here is the contract, send me your audition tape. Do you understand that? You need to be a successful queen already, a recognizable queen, a promising queen to begin with. Blazing Bart said, I haven't seen it, but I don't want to leave the live chat to do so. Like, what surprised you the most? For me, it was the expansion to the exclusivity period. It used to be 12 months back in season 8. My speculation was that it would be 18 months after the last episode airs, and for what I've seen from the video, if I remember correctly, because I watched it really quick today and I was too triggered by all the shit that was in that contract that it didn't really add 100% of my attention, but it looks like it's going to last for as much as 4 years. So that really shocked me. And the fact that they get a cut through management of everything, out of everything. After reading the season 8 contract, I was under the impression that at least when they do the live shows, first thing, they can do as many as they want, but they didn't have to pay a cut. In the new contract, not only they cannot do as many live shows as they want, because as you've seen, you cannot go more than 2 times in the same venue in a 12 months period, but they also, through management, get a cut from it. And this lasts for a very long time. Plus the additional appearances. In the season 8 contract, I think it was 3, if I remember correctly. Now it moved on to 6, including participation in future seasons. I mean, you know. But can I tell you something about that video? Her reaction to all of this was exactly my same reaction. You gotta be crazy to sign something like that. Jules says, this season has been nearly 4 months long. 4 months, oh yes. AB says, now we want the fracking contract. Oh, that will never come. That will never come. I can grant you that. Sorry, guys, the chat skipped for a moment. Let me see. Okay, we're back. Beverly, just want to say hello, everyone. Hey, Beverly, welcome back. Young Butternut said, Bassi is a cancel culture weirdo. Well, while I do not agree, and have been vocal about it, about some videos that she made, I'm not going to use that as an excuse to invalidate any kind of content that comes out of her channel. So, because that would be the exact definition of cancel culture. When she did the exposed videos about some of the queens, when she pushed narratives, I didn't agree on that. I talked about it, but that's not enough reason to to dismiss everything that she is doing, because this video that she made is one of the best videos that we had on Drag Race for a long time. If you don't count what we do on this channel, of course. Of course. That is a good video. So she did some fucked up things, but let's not forget that people also learn while they're doing things. So if she keeps on the good content, I will be keeping watching and shouting out every time something good comes out. And there, I have no problem with that, and I hope you don't have it too. Felicia said, I have a copy of the contract. She sent it to her Patreon supporters. Well, if you can send it to us, relay it to us, it would be nice. Because I've been, you know, even though she was very thorough in her video, I still would like to read it. And I still would like to quote it. So if you, it's toprpdrvideos@gmail.com. I would be very grateful. Thank you. Moving on. Fabio Alvarenga. Why people hate Bassi so much? Someone can... I think I already answered with the comment. She made a couple of videos that generated a lot of negative reactions to situations that were not that negative to begin with. So she kind of exacerbated everything that already goes around on Twitter and, you know, all the bullshit that goes around with the queens whenever there is any kind of drama going around them. So that's the point. Those videos are not there anymore. Let's also talk about that. So let's give people the benefit of the doubt, guys. We are a bunch of rational people. So let's see. Okay? This is what I say for everyone, especially for the queens on Drag Race that are not really in charge of whatever comes out, but you know, also for this, you can apply it for many other things, for many other people. So I think she fucked up when she did those videos, but they are not there anymore. I think she apologized as well. So we will see what comes out. I think that this video was really good. And, you know, it doesn't matter what happened before. This video stands on its own merit. So I'm going to keep quoting it. And I'm going to give her credit for it. Jules, Bassi went overboard with Nina. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was talking about. Daniel Harris, what if Fantasia is Bassi? No, she's not. She's not. One time we were talking on Discord and she switched on her webcam by mistake. So I can assure you, they are not the same person. Oh my god. Sorry, the chat is skipping again. Where am I? Felicia, I will send it. Thank you. Helianthus says, what do you think about the Utica situation on Reddit? Is there still a Utica situation on Reddit? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Because I talked about Utica in the previous, I think, 3 episodes already. No, not the last one, but the ones before. But we can continue to talk about it. If you can elaborate a little bit more, because I'm not very often on Reddit. I follow some subreddits, but not on a regular basis, and especially in the past couple of weeks. Most of the intel that I get comes from the nice people from Discord who actually relay things to me. And tell me, hey, look, this came out from Instagram, or this was on Reddit. Chichi's Felicia is Bassi confirmed. Come on, this is not a hunt. Felicia, please repeat your email address. toprpdrvideos@gmail.com. So it's easy. It's basically the name of the channel on Gmail. Law for Hey HYC, good night, you wonderful bunch. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Helianthus says, no, I'm pretty new, and I was talking about the past news. You mean about the Utica thing and so on? Well, I didn't. You know what's the problem? That I don't have that video out yet, because I talked about it at length during the live streams, but the video for that episode is not out yet. I think it's a bunch of bullshit, because in a roast you are supposed to be offensive, you are supposed to be over the top, you are supposed to go down as hard as you can. That is the name of the game. That's why it's called a roast. So for the production to switch around the narrative and make it look like they told her you were being mean. And I was like, no, of course she's being mean. That's a roast. That's the name of the game. The problem was that she was not being funny. But then again, she was not being mean. She was not personally attacking anyone. She just fucked up a challenge, plain and simple. But of course, people always love a good scapegoat, and the World of Wonder loves to paint someone as a villain from time to time, because, you know, it's always publicity, it's always blah blah blah, and people on Twitter looks like they are more busy being angry about things that they only partially understand in the, you know, the best case scenario, than to actually look at the evidence and get an informed opinion on things. So this is what I think about the Utica situation. Lemon says, how do you think this show will last due to the way it's going now? It's difficult to say. I will think that it will last for a long time because it's one of a kind. Or at least as long as RuPaul will be in there. And considering how much she looks like she loves money, she's probably going to be there for a good 5, 6, 7 years. This show will continue. It's not a matter if it will continue or not. The problem is, how successful will it be? How much of an impact will still have? Because when you manipulate everything around it so much, the real price that you pay is that you lose the possibility to actually reach people. That's you know, when I first watched Drag Race, I was so impressed with how smart it was, how honestly celebrating was of our queer culture, how bold it was, how entertaining. It was just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's still the only reality TV show that I actually watch, because I don't like the reality format. But you know, it's starting to losing all of these qualities. It's becoming disingenuous. It's becoming a parody of itself. And when you do it like this and rely so much on shock values and forgot that your real asset is the queens, their stories, and their talent, well, you're going to lose the real emotional impact on people. We always talked about emotional reactions from fans, people getting crazy on social media and so on. But that is just a gut reaction, because all of these people will forget everything in a matter of a couple of weeks. But in the very early season, if you saw something and got something from that show, I think that a ton of people took that lesson and reapplied them multiple times in their real life, to the point that they probably continue to apply it, and they even forgot where it came from in the first place. So, you know, that is something that I think we're going to lose. But the show will be there. It will definitely continue to be there. Moving on. Gothboy UK, good night. Thank you for coming, and thank you for stalking us on Twitter. You know that I love that. Jules, I stand the Utican. We all do. And if you don't lick the can, you just have half of the fun. Johnny Boy says they did not win the GLAAD award for Best Reality TV Show this year. Oh, but they will sure win a ton of Emmys, because it's like RuPaul's Drag Race became the token show for queer acceptance. So even if it's not good, they are going to win anyway. It's more of a cultural thing, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But, I'm thinking, well, a ton of people that helped making the show in the first place deserved an Emmy, and they never got one. Like Matthew Anderson. He never got his Emmy, and God knows he deserved one, without a doubt. Let me get a little bit of liquid energy. And thank God the chat has slowed down a tiny bit, so that I can actually follow the comments in real time. Jules, season 1 to season 13, the dynamics have changed. So much have changed. I'm not going to say it's all about the money, but when you try to deliver a consistent product, it's because we are talking about a business. And when you talk about reality, there's almost nothing consistent in reality. So if your show is consistent, then it's not really depicting reality, is it? Vanessa says, I love your channel and look forward every Sunday to your live videos of the chop. Also, I love your mice. I hope they get better soon. Thank you so much. Remember, no queen is ever going to give us a shout out because of what we do on this channel. So the success of this channel comes directly from you guys, because YouTube is not really pushing our videos. We don't get that many views to begin with, so we really depend on word of mouth. So you guys are really the core of this show. If I didn't have you, I would be alone here talking to myself to a microphone, getting crazy, thinking that I'm seeing things that are not really there. So whatever happens, thank you for joining. This is what I really want to say. Phoenix, Art Simone as a World of Wonder show, so look out for her being favored on Drag Race Down Under. Oh yes, they did the Meet the Queens for Down Under, but you see, I'm not really professional. I didn't see that yet. Yuli R said, I stopped watching when Utica left, since she was the only one I was watching for. But always come back to your lives, because you're not like most reactors. You give honest opinions and credit where it's due. Thank you. Thank you for noticing that, because I see that happening a ton of time. People not giving credit. And I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to say that, oh yes, this person told me this, or this other person did this thing, and it's a good thing. And I think it's a great example to give back to the world. It doesn't take anything away from you, and it's actually honest to everybody who is actually helping to bring your vision to life, to actually create your show. So thank you so much. But let's stop with the compliment, because my ego. It's difficult to contain. It's a thank you, but we got it. We got it. John Young says, the latest season of UK Drag Race was a masterclass in actually using your guest judges. Shows how the US season wastes their best resources. They do. They actually do. And one of the best resources, apart from the guest judges, for me, are the queens. The moment you use them and abuse them through the edit, through the fake critiques, through forbidding them, to not allowing them to wear what they want to wear because you already have an edit in mind. When you do all these sort of things, you are putting in there a seed of distrust. And once that seed is in there and has been allowed to flourish multiple times, look back at all the queens portrayed as villains and what happened to their careers, of course the queens are going to come to the show and self-produce themselves and coming out with all this bullshit like, oh, we are all sisters. And I'm not doubting that this is a traumatic experience that will make you bond with other people, but you can see that it's disingenuous. And it's not disingenuous because these queens are disingenuous by themselves. It's what they have to do. It's what they have to do. But you lose the reality of all of it. And this is something that I didn't see happen in Drag Race UK. As a matter of fact, of course there was production, of course there was editing, but if you compare the two, I would say that I felt a genuine connection to the queens on UK Season 2, and not really to the queens of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 13. I feel like I don't know any of them. I feel like I know their character, the character they're portraying, but not really the person behind it. Well, it's a very different feeling, and it mostly comes from how much the queens feel actually comfortable to allow themselves to be themselves, really themselves in the show, with the real way they feel and the real things that they want to say. So props to whatever the BBC is doing, because they're doing a much better job and it's extremely more entertaining, without a doubt. SC, if we didn't have you, we would be watching Drag Race, banging our heads. At least now we have better tools to understand the bullshit. Yeah, it's also, when we can come here and vent all together and realize that we are not alone, it also feels better in a way, because I will keep watching Drag Race no matter what. I am bonded to that show. I live for that show no matter what. I will find it, believe me, I will find something entertaining about it, because for me, there is an unbreakable emotional connection to it. But at least it's nice to realize, okay, people are seeing things. People are starting to realize things. And it also had the added bonus that if people realize it, they're not going to crucify these queens on social medias. So it's a win-win. Joel says, did you get my Twitter message or Patreon about our Ru advertised Down Under, but Meet the Queens wasn't available yet? Oh, yes, I saw that it arrived. I forgot to answer. I'm sorry, I forgot to answer, because I thought to myself, oh, I need to look this up. Oh, I don't have time. And so I didn't look it up, and so I didn't answer. But yes, I saw it. I saw it. I'm so bad, I'm sorry. Valentine said, sorry if you have talked about this already, but what do you think happened when Ru told Candy she was eliminated, then changed her mind, then hasn't happened before and has felt really weird? If I interpret the question correctly, I think that what happened is that they were fishing, because by that point everybody knew, including Candy, that based on her maturity as a queen, as a performer, her wardrobe, her personal ability, she was not probably going to last for more than 3 or 4 competitive episodes. So I think by that point that they knew that if she was going to be eliminated, they would have some nice tears coming out, some honest tears coming out. And so they went out for that. This is what I think happened. So she told her, sashay away. And so she was allowed to say her last words on the show, probably thank everybody, and, letting go of everything that's been going on with her, the stress, the anger, the not the delusion, the sadness of it all. And they knew that they would get it, and that's why they went through that. And then the shock value. Stopping Candy and telling her, oh no, you're allowed to stay, I want to see more. It was so unfair to Candy. I always say on this channel, you can have any sort of opinion on Candy Muse, but one thing we can all agree on is that she's being moved along like a puppet on this show. And the moment she stops being useful for them, they're going to throw her away and forget she even existed in the first place. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Sorry, chat skipped again. But there we go. There we go. Felicia, on the next break, can you please let me know if you got the email? Oh, yes, I will open Thunderbird right away. Sorry, Felicia. Remember, it's also 1 in the morning here. So my reaction time is the way it is. There we go. One attachment. Wait a moment. I'll see if it opens. And I also received an, I don't know if somebody already sent you the contract in case you didn't receive. Oh, someone else sent it as well. Okay, great. Yes, I got it from both of you. I don't know who the other one is, but thank you so much. You don't know how long I have been waiting to see the updated contract. If you've been following this live stream, the moment I came doing this show, one of the first things that I said was, I would love to see the new contract. Because I knew that they would fuck up big time with the Queen since the show became so much more popular since season 8. So... Good God. This is going to be an interesting reading. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. It's here. I don't know why. Oh, yes, of course, because I didn't ask Adobe to open it. But I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Valentine, yes, definitely they want to trigger Candy and the other queens because of more drama. Oh, yes. You know, in a way it's sad because Candy is not that much self-aware from that point of view. At least this is how it looks to me from the outside. On some other things, she is really, really self-aware, like the way she manages her brand with all the drama and the delusion and so on. But you know, it's not nice what's happening. It's not nice at all. Karina says, are you going to make a live stream or some video about this new contract? Well, I think that Buss's video was done really well. I actually wanted, when Tamisha came out and said, I will say when the contract expires and so on, I actually prepared a script for a video to actually explain to people, please stop asking Tamisha to do this, because she didn't understand that she is actually under NDA for the rest of her life, and she risks becoming the example for everybody else. So that was the gist of the video. Of course, I didn't have the new contract, but for that purpose, at this point, I think that there is not more to be added from whatever Bassi did. So I will be mostly redirecting people to her video. I would think it would be redundant at this point to do a similar video to discuss the same issues. So I will be quoting the contract for sure, because most of what goes on in the contract is in direct connection to what happens on the show. So I will be quoting it, that for sure. But making a video in and of itself, I think that Bassi did already a very good job. So I will be mostly redirecting people to her video. Lemon asks, with the lip sync for the Crown format, how would Gottmik even win? They can't really just show her less when it is like that. Yes, but don't forget, there is a very good chance that they will lip sync to a whole new song, to an entire song, and then cut away most of it to make it last for 1 minute and 20 seconds. So you can put in there the best shots of her. And also, maybe she learned to lip sync, or maybe at the end they can simply say that she sold it, and that's it. And that's it. Phoenix, hopefully you'll do a breakdown of the contract. Maybe we can do it in a live stream once I actually have time to read it. because, you know, I have 3 videos that still need to come out. 3, not 1. And I already had problems having 1 coming out every week. So I would like to finish the job for this season. And then we'll see. Then we'll see, because I have a ton of projects and I never have time. You know, Fantasia actually asked me to show her how many projects we are working on, and it's a ton of them. My problem is the time. It's always the same problem. If you wish to allow us more time, we have a Patreon. Please support us. Maybe one day this will become our job and we can have more time to do more videos and actually discuss all of the things that we want to talk about in a timely fashion. So, you know, for the moment it is how it is. I'm doing the best that I can. So, what was I saying? Sorry, I blacked out for a moment. Breakdown of the contract. If it's relevant, we will do it. But believe me, most of the breakdown made by Bassi was, I think, if a ton of things were similar to the Season 8 contract, but she basically touched all of the points that I would have likely talked about, with the only exclusion of the dramatization and the reenactment. That is the only thing that were not in the video, if I remember correctly. Vanessa, can't wait to hear about that juicy contract. Oh, if I find something that was not said in that video and that we need to talk about, it will come out. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I will just be having a sexy night, me, the contract, a lot of cigarettes, a good beer, maybe a good wine, and have a good night enjoying something that I've been waiting to read for the past 3 fucking years. So everything that was not in that video, we will talk about. That is for sure. It's only a matter of when. That's the only matter. AB, did you see the preview of the reunion? No, I didn't see it. No, I didn't. Was it in the episode actually? Because no, I have no idea. I almost never get to watch the previews. I always get in the episode completely blank without knowing what's going on. Sometimes I catch on with the preview that they release on the RuPaul's Drag Race channel. But since I have to be on YouTube to answer comments and managing the channel in general, what I do is I tend not to watch Drag Race related videos on the channel, because you never know when you are just going in there for checking comments and then a suggestion come in and it spoils the whole episode for you. So I always, when I watch Drag Race related videos, I usually start with a link already because it was posted on the Discord or because it came from Reddit or Twitter, and just watch it in another browser, so that I don't get all those sort of things. Jules, we play games on Thursday nights online. Drag Race based game. Yes. We have game night on Discord. Link in the description. Please join. And don't forget to introduce yourself, because our moderator is looking out. No, it's about an age thing. But please, yes, if you come, leave, a couple line. This is my name on YouTube, and let's see what the fuck is going on in here. And if I'm bored, I'll show you the middle finger. Coffee, I've just been listening while grocery shopping. I'm on cloud 9. Coffee, thank you for the shout out. It was a little bit embarrassing, but it was also, I was also proud. Oh, chat skipped again. Of course the chat skipped again. YouTube needs to step up their pussy with this chat. Latif Nick said, now I understand why Katya and Ginger were dragged to All Stars 2. Oh, yes. And when we did the chop for All Stars 5, and a lot of people were asking, why do we have these queens as the lip sync assassins, like Evie Oddly or Vanjie? Evie, maybe yes, I can understand, but Vanjie? And I was like, well, they come out fresh from season 11, so they're probably under exclusivity period, so they saved money for that. Tarciso says, I can't believe I got here late. I wish Gottmik had a better track record, because if she wins, people will say it happened because she is trans. It didn't happen because she is trans. It happened because they want the woke publicity. So, yes, you are right, but it's just another way of saying it. Latif Nick says, do you think they asked Valentina for All Stars 3 and she refused? They always have the right to refuse, you know? They cannot drag you to do the show. What can happen is that they will not call you back. Plain and simple. And I heard a lot of queens that have been asked for doing All Stars. These are rumors, of course, and they all said no. Some I think actually came online and said, no, I don't want to do All Stars. Like I think it was Nina Bonina. She said she didn't want to do All Stars 5 because she didn't want the producers to create a storyline between her and Shea Coulee. So yes, they are asked, and they can say no. The point is how much in your interest is to say no at that specific time. Like, do you think you will get a second chance to come in because you're Valentina, or are you losing a big opportunity, especially if you're coming from a very, very early season? You know, like on Jaina, for example. Oh, chat skipped again. Sorry. Corinne, off to bed now. Thanks for the chat and thanks for the company. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Phoenix, I want to do game night. Join us on Discord. It's depending on where you are. It's not really done in the night. I mean, I'm in Europe, so for me it's game night. I call it game night. And Red also is from Europe, which hosts most of the games, so it's game night. But if you are in the US, it's probably going to be game after lunch or game afternoon. Let's get a little bit more of liquid energy. Johnny Boy Toy says, according to Laganja, she was invited to every All-Star season and she refused. And rightfully so. And rightfully so. Because considering the producers that are on Drag Race right now, you know exactly what they would do to Laganja. And, you know, over the years, Laganja was very, very poorly received in the beginning. It was also part of her storyline. It was also part of her personality as well. But she paid her dues. She really paid her dues. She doesn't deserve to be dragged to filth just because they need a little bit of gag for an All-Star season. So the best thing that Laganja could do is to never come back. She's already iconic. She doesn't need All-Stars. She doesn't need it. So many queens actually don't need it, especially under those contracts. Chi says, Willem was going to be on All Stars 1. She actually made a song, RuPaul's. Because yes, she was supposed to be on All Stars 1. She prepared, she bought everything for coming to the season. She prepared a wardrobe, and then at the last minute they said, well, no, if you want, you can have an untucked scene as a bar queen. You know, she was the bartender. So yeah. Jules says, Gigi Good said no, and good for her. Good for her. AB, the relationship between Willem and the producers are very bad, are non-existent actually. I think they are non-existent. Luna, I would love to see Laganja thriving on Drag Race, but they're not gonna let her. I agree. I don't think the gamble is worth it. You see how much self-produced the queens are lately, especially on All Stars. They will eat her alive because there is a lack of villains. It's as simple as that. It looks like they are completely unable to tell a story without having villains, without having fake drama. Drama is okay if it's real drama. Then it's okay. Then it's enjoyable. As long as it doesn't go too far. Of course, I enjoy it on the show if it's real, not if it's fake. If it's people throwing other people under the bus and the edit confirming everything, like it happened with Utica, then it's no fun at all. And I have the feeling that something like that would happen to Laganja as well. She's an easy target. That's the problem. She's an easy target. Johnny Boy Toy, preach. I would love to see April carry on. You don't know how long people have been asking, and it's always no. No, 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 no. Jessica asks, Gigi actually said not now, but she wants to do it in the future, and that is a smart move because it brings longevity to your brand. It gives you exposure and also the possibility of growth and show your growth. If you do All Stars back to back with your season, doesn't make that much of a sense to me at all. Tarcisa says, I'm still waiting for Max, and you can forget about Max. Max will never be on All Stars. Never. Never, never, never. She was, after Willem, she is probably the second queen, after Willem and before Pearl. She will probably one of those queens who will never appear in anything, even remotely connected with World of Wonder. Forget about it. Max forced World of Wonder to go on Twitter 1 year and a half after to actually confirm that her edit was fucked up. They went on Twitter and said, ooh, revealed. Mama Ru asked Max to sing. This is one of those things that we have in the intro for this show. So you can forget about that. You will never see Max again on anything Drag Race. Fabio says Jocelyn is not coming back. Oh yes, she's been very vocal on Twitter about the fact that she's not coming back, and she started to throw World of Wonder a little bit under the bus. I shouldn't say under the bus because that's where they deserve to be. When throwing under the bus, it's more like you are doing something wrong to someone that doesn't really deserve it. She's been spilling a lot of tea on World of Wonder. Let's see it like that. Chi-Chi's, it would take a miracle for Max to come back. It would take World of Wonder to be acquired by somebody else, by a bigger company that would fire everyone. And then, yes, we would probably have Max back. And Jules, Jessica Wilde. I've given up on Jessica. I don't see. She is a gold mine, and they never called her back. They never called them back. Luna, throwing rocks at World of Wonder. Yes. There used to be a time, I think it was a couple of years ago, that I used to call them World of Wonder, who's getting the villain edit this season. Oh, we need a vape. We need a cigarette, let me tell you. Felicia, Utica and Kimura put a lot of fantastic videos on YouTube, but Kimura has very few subscribers. What a shame. Well, YouTube is a different game. YouTube is not just social media, it's actual content creation. So you need to create content to actually start getting a viewership. There are a ton of queens, very famous queens with hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram, on Twitter, who actually get, you know, the same numbers that we get for this show, like 1,000, 2,000 views per video. That is because it's about creating content, and not just any content. Content that it's very competitive compared to everything else that's offered on the platform. So it takes time. Unfortunately, it takes time, it takes a lot of effort, and it might not be really viable. It wasn't viable before. Now, one of the positive things that happened with the lockdown is that a lot of queens reinvigorated their online presence. A lot of them by starting to create YouTube content. So it takes time. It takes time and dedication. John Young, who has more power, World of Wonder or Viacom? Definitely World of Wonder. It's, remember, one is the producing company and the other one is the company who owns the distribution rights in the US and I think Canada as well. So it's two different kind of powers. But don't forget, World of Wonder owns the Drag Race brand, which is not just RuPaul's Drag Race. It's a Drag Race Tours, it's DragCon, is franchising the Drag Race brand to other nations. It's an enormous amount of power. But still, VH1 and the Viacom corporations are the one who are actually paying for the show. So they have a saying. There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. I would say the World of Wonder has more power. Definitely more power. I would say a good 60 to 40, maybe 65 to 35. But yes, it's a shared thing. Lemon, I don't get why World of Wonder doesn't call actual all-stars that people have been begging for years. Well, there are many reasons for that. First of all, you want to take advantage of the exclusivity period. So if you have the possibility of not having to really pay someone because they are already under contract with you, then you prefer those queens. Then, sorry, I still have the old alarms. One moment, sorry guys. There we go. So this is one of the reasons. Another reason is that if you have any kind of queens who comes with a contract that it's different from the season 14 contracts and more in line with the season 8 contract, this means that you have to put them under a new contract. And All-Stars queens are very likely to have enough fame to actually see the contract and say, listen, I am not signing this. You will remove this clause, and this clause, or I will simply not appear. That's as simple as it gets. And so you don't get them on the show. You know, it's never, like everything in life, everything that has to do with humans and human nature, there is never just one reason. It's always a collection of reasons. And some queens, they might actually don't want to have an all-stars because they maybe they spilled too much tea, they were not friendly with the brand, they were not very collaborative, even if they never breached NDA. You never know what happens behind the scenes, but I can assure you it's never one reason. unless you are Max. If you are Max, it's because you spill tea about your storyline. Antonina, I opt here very recently. Sorry, no worries, no worry. I had an idea once. A queen breaks NDA and spills the tea. And if she's fined, Drag Race fans donate her so she can pay it. What do you think? I think it's a great idea in theory, but in practice, that queen will never work again with anyone. And I don't mean just World of Wonder. I'm meaning anyone. If you break NDA that much, if you really go online and spill everything that you know, and I'm not just talking about the random thing of, yes, I had this outfit, but production told me no. Or, yes, they showed me laughing, but I wasn't really laughing. If you spill everything that goes behind it, nobody will ever work with you, because I can assure you, one way or the other, non-disclosure agreements are almost ubiquitous. So if you create that image for yourself, nobody will ever want to work with you, ever. So you better hope that you have a very good online career that can assure you stability and longevity. Otherwise, you are completely fucked. I don't think anyone will ever do that. You will need someone that's really, really desperate to do something like that. And even if they were that desperate, I wouldn't endorse it. Because they don't know what's actually going to happen in the future to them. So I wouldn't endorse it at all. So as much as I would be leaving for Tamisha spilling everything, it's not in her best interest. And if you are a real fan, you have to sometimes realize that their needs come before yours. You know, you don't get the right to ask them to throw themselves under the bus for your entertainment. Valentine said, Viacom would have more power over if the show goes on and copyright stuff. I don't think they're going to get any more power than what they have, unless they're going to pay for it. You know, unless they raise the price and say, listen, I will pay you 10% more. The show is successful. We get a lot of advertisement money, but I want to have, let's say, how many head producers does World of Wonder have? 5? Okay, I want to have 2 of my people to be in the producers room. Head producers room. Because as you know, there are something like 30 producers on Drag Race. They are on different levels. You have your field producers, then you have your assistant producers, then you have your junior producers, and then you have your very, very top producers, the one who actually decide this queen will be portrayed as a villain, this queen will make it to the top, and we need this kind of storylines, you know, the level where RuPaul actually is. Chi-Chi's pork chop needs to come back on. Like, why haven't they contacted her at this point besides small cameos? Maybe she doesn't want to do it. You know, when you go for All Stars, you have to, it's All Stars, so you can bet they spent about $50,000 for the outfits. Maybe it's just not worth it for some queens, you know, like pork chop, for example. Maybe it's just think, you know what, I am getting my shout out, I'm getting my tiny little things, but maybe I cannot compete anymore. It's a different kind of game, such a different kind of game. So you see what happened with Angina. It's maybe some queens simply say, you know what, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, plain and simple. AB says, a lot of queens said thanks to the show they are fully booked and don't want to come back in the competition. Oh yes, that's also the other things that goes with it. A lot of queens don't need the show anymore. Like for example Bianca Del Rio, they just don't need it unless for some reason they want that crown for whatever it's worth it. But, you know, why put yourself in that kind of position where you're not in control of your image? You spent so much time. You went through You survived the season of Drag Race. Why do it again if you're not going to earn that much from it? If you're risking so much and get such a tiny payback, you know? Somebody mentioned Cameron Michaels. Where's the comment? Oh yes, AB. Like Cameron Michaels and Asia O'Hara are fully booked and don't want to come back. Yes, if you are somebody like Cameron Michaels, and you know that you are not going to win, because let's face it, when you go to All Stars, Cameron Michaels, it's not going to win. He knows it, we know it, everybody knows it. Well, why go through the trouble? Why go through the trouble? AB, a lot of queens need to come back for a new audience. Even Raja said she would come back for an all-winner seasons. Yes, but you also have to understand one thing. Raja won the show in a time when nobody knew the show. She was one of those girls years ago who, more vaguely than not, made it very clear that she was not happy about the fact that the girls coming out of Drag Race were getting paid $7,000, $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 for a viewing party. And now don't quote me on that, because this was a rumor that was relayed by very different sources, but it was there. So you know that she didn't make the Drag Race money. So of course, if she has a chance, I believe that she would take that chance and have a resurgence on the show. Because I heard nothing about Raja. She doesn't create any content online. I don't know her whereabouts. The only things that I know is that she does the fashion photo review, and that's it. And nobody is particularly living for it. So I don't know. Phoenix, how will you celebrate if Candy wins? That's a nice question. That's a nice question. We will probably make a live stream to celebrate. Fabio says, what do you think about this rumor of All Stars International? I think that if they really do it, it's a great idea, because it binds all the iterations of the franchise together. You know, it creates a sense of unity throughout all these different iterations of the show in many different nations. And believe it or not, a ton of people will see Drag Race España, for example, and think, what is this? I never saw this. And then discover that there is a whole franchise behind it. I think it's a great idea from a business perspective. We will have to see how is it going to be implemented if they really do it. I wish they do it, because I think it's going to be very interesting to see different cultures in the same workroom. I think it would be a genius idea. But I would like to see how they implement that. Now, you know what? I'm going to take a cigarette pause, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes, because I really need a cigarette. Fun fact, I told myself today that maybe it's time to try quitting smoking again. So I thought, you know what? Okay, let's do this live streams. Let's have a cigarette from time to time, because it's relaxing. But I will be trying, and thankfully, I will be trying when nobody is watching. Not during a live stream. Otherwise, you know. If I was trying to quit smoking like this afternoon, I would read a comment and be like, fuck you. I don't care. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try to quit smoking tomorrow. It's better. Okay, let me get a song. Let's shake it up. See you guys back in 3 minutes.
Shake it up. I don't need you to lie. I don't need you to flatter. And your good intentions, they don't really matter. I don't need you to hold me tight or to make it alright. I just need you to shake it, alright, and shake it all night. Shake it up when things start to settle down. Shake it up like it's a snow globe town. The city's like a bottle of sparkling wine. Before I blow it open, let's take some time. Shake it up. Shake it up. You don't need to be chill. I don't ever play it cool. You don't need the right skills. Don't need the right tools. You just need the guts to seize it. To seize it in the middle. You don't exactly know it, but you know it needs a little breaking up. Shake it up. Shake it up. When things start to settle down. Shake it up like it's a snow globe town. The city's like a bottle of sparkling wine. Before I blow it open, let's take some time. Shake it up. Shake it up. These are cynical times. We had to endure so many clinical lines, so little actual cures. When getting money's our religion and love is a need, we sit and watch while our country bleeds. I'm gonna stop trying to get off the hook, and I really don't care if everybody looks. Shake it up. Let me tell you, baby steps won't work. Shake it up. Shake it up. Okay, it just might hurt. The city's like a bottle of sparkling wine. Before I blow it open, let's take some time. Shake it up. Shake it up. Shake it up. Shake it
And we're back. And we are back. Now, I read a comment for coffee about next week. We won't have a live stream next week. I will actually skip the reunion episode for next Sunday. I will come back with the live stream after the finale. So in 2 weeks, we will do a double live stream talking about the reunion, talking about the finale, and if they announced the cast of All Star 6, we will make our pre-speculations like it happened last year when we make the triple threat live streams where we talked about reunion, finale, and All Stars. Mostly because I need the free time to publish the 3 videos for the chop that are still not out, because I have to still publish episode 12, 13, and 14, and this have to be out as soon as possible, because if I don't put them out, I don't have time to make a ton of other videos. And as you know, I have the 10 lip sync commandment, which is basically finished. I still had to edit it a little bit more because we received copyright claims on it that actually blocked the video worldwide. So, but it's basically ready. It's been ready for 2 months. The problem is I didn't have the time to actually fixing those issues and publish the video, plus a ton of other projects. So I'm going to take this free week, let's say it like this, to use all the free times that I have to bring back these 3 videos and get back on track. Then when All Stars it's coming out, we will have the live streams. Those will remain. The format will change a little bit, because when it comes to All Stars, we don't do the confessional chart because it's a very different format. We actually discuss a ton of the things that go on from a different perspectives, because these are queens that we already know. We have known them on the show, we have known them on social media, so they actually get a little bit less of benefit of the doubt in comparison to the queens that come in for the first time and are thrown in the game and usually under the bus because they're not really expert in what is going on. So it's a little bit of a different format, but it's still the same show. So the live stream will be there. I'm not sure if we will have episodes, because one thing that you have to understand, I love doing the chop, I love doing behind the scenes, I love to bring this new perspective on the show and a more reasonable way of consuming this form of entertainment and relating to the queens. I like that. But you also have to understand, with 2,000, 3,000 views per video, we get almost no revenue from that. What really brings revenue to the channels are the main videos. So one way or the other, we still need new equipment, so I have to find the time to actually get these videos out so that we can make a little bit more revenue and start upgrading everything, because I am still working with the same equipment that I've been working with 5 years ago when I made the first video for this channel. And it makes everything slower, it makes everything frustrating. You know, I have a second monitor that it's almost, I think, about 15 years old. It's like it doesn't even have HD, so I actually have to squinch my eyes to see. So, you know, but we are going to see. We are going to see what happens with that. Now, back to the chat. What are we talking about in the chat? What have you guys been talking about? Lady Bunny on Drag. Lady Bunny said on an interview that she would never do it. She was offered by RuPaul. She said that RuPaul offered her a place as a judge, but she said that that's not really for her. And if you know Lady Bunny, she's really down to earth. She would not be easy to work with all the constraints that being a judge on RuPaul's Drag Race actually has. Like having to say specific things, having to, you know, go on with the script, and I don't think she likes that at all. So, no, I don't think we'll ever, maybe as a guest. As a guest, yes. As a judge, I don't think so. It would be a blessing, though. It would be a blessing. Jules, is it likely you will cover Drag Race Down Under? No. No. No, unfortunately not. And the problem is always the same. I'm sorry to repeat this, mostly because it sounds like asking for money. And I don't like that. It's embarrassing. It feels manipulative. It feels but one thing, it's also the reality. If I could do this channel full time, yes, I could cover basically every season if they don't overlap each other's. But this comes out of the free time that we actually have. So the fact that I've been able to do these live streams and also bring the episodes, those that actually remains on the channel, is nothing less than a miracle. Because believe me, I have had 0 live since the beginning of this season. That has also lasted for 4 months. So no, I absolutely will not have time to cover it. But the live streams will always be on this channel. If there is no season going on that we are actually covering, what I do is concentrate on other projects for the channel, but I will still be active on Discord, and we will still have 1 monthly live streams. And we can talk about everything as usual. You know that I like being here. We have always our time to talk about everything, whatever comes to mind. So we can talk about it. If I've been watching it, because if I've not been watching it, I will be mostly reacting to whatever you guys are saying. But yes, of course, if I watch it, we can talk about it in the time that we have. But you also have to understand one thing. In this 4 months, I gave priority to this show because this is what I want. I don't even know how to say it. I want people to know that we can discuss this show in a different way, approach it in a different way, bring a little bit more justice to these people who are obligated under contract to always shut the fuck up about everything, no matter what happens with them. So I gave priority to this in this 4 months, but I have a ton of other things that I would like to do that have been in the working for months. Some projects have been in the working for years. And I also love doing that. You know, I like being on live streams and talk about this sort of things. But then you also have to make the episode, cut it out, and I would also like to do other things for the channel. So, you know, it's a little bit of a difficult situation. I hope that in the future things will change, that we actually get to earn a living from this, and I can have more time to dedicate it from the channel. But for the moment, it is how it is. So I hope that you appreciate it for what it is, and it's the best that we could do with what we have at the moment. John Young says, if the channel grows, would you ever consider a meet and greet, virtually or otherwise? I don't know. Because you have to understand one thing. What we do on this channel is not politically correct. Can we say that? Because I am very direct. I tell you what I think. I have very little filters in the way I voice my opinions. Most of the time, I don't give a shit about the socially acceptable way to express the way you feel or the things that you think. And that puts a little bit of a target on our heads. And you have seen how crazy people online can be. And you have to understand that we work in sensitive fields. So even if one day this channel will pay the bills, I would still like to continue working, much less, you know, maybe dedicate, I don't know, 70 80% of the time of the channel and the rest with my regular job. I cannot risk that we lose it. I cannot risk that. So I don't think it's ever going to happen. Ever. Maybe one day if we will earn enough from this channel to have a little bit of security coming from it, maybe one day I could, I don't know, coming to DragCon and tell the closest ones on Discord, yes, I will be coming to DragCon. Please don't make a fuss about it. Please don't take pictures, and we can all, have a coffee, sit down, have a talk, spend some time together, but just me. Because at least if I get fucked over, it's about 10% of our income, not 80% of it. So, Fantasia, you will never get a break. Bring on the next spin-off. Sorry, I hear the mice are kind of getting wild. They start to eat the little housies. Sorry, back to the chat. Jules says, we aren't going to be able to do every season. They'll do All Stars when it finally airs, right? Yes, we will do All Stars. The regular seasons, the regular U.S. seasons will be covered. I don't know. I still haven't decided if I have the strength to actually make regular videos for All Star 6. But the live stream for All Star 6 will be here, like they've been here last time. Lemon, didn't Latrice and Manila have a podcast called The Chop? And you hit a very bad topic. So almost every week I get a comment from not very nice people coming to the channel saying, you have copied Manila and Latrice. You are stealing their brand. You are doing this. You are doing that. And these people, they have no regard for anything whatsoever. Because before we started this show and settled on a name for it, we actually wanted to do it since December 2019, after we published Blame It on the Edit and A Drag Race Rabbit Hole, and realized how far the edit has gone. If you watched A Drag Race Rabbit Hole, in the end, you will see a message from us saying that the next season is coming soon and we will be ready, because we wanted to do this show. So in March, we published the first episode of this show called The Chop, because it was a nice name, because the queens get the chop on the show, and we were going to chop the edit. So I thought, it's a fantastic name, let's use it. The problem is that before deciding on the name, I actually went on the trademark site for the US to look if somebody had already registered the name. I made my Google search, I made my YouTube search, and there was no review show that was called The Chop, not registered and not ever used online. Because you have to understand, trademarks, you cannot just trademark a name. There are different fields, like, for example, if you are selling liquors, if you have a bar, if you make a song, if you make a TV show, if you make a review show, these are all different fields of application. So you can have the same name in all of these different fields, and it's not a violation of trademarks because they are different fields. So the problem is that months later, Manila and Latrice decided to do their podcast, and they decided to call it The Chop. Now, why did they do that? Well, they had a song called The Chop, and it's a catchy name, so of course they chose it. They didn't copy us. We are nobodies. I don't think they even know we exist. The problem is that it's the same field of application, so technically, under US law, we own the trademark. Technically, we could sue them. Technically, I could start sending DMCA and take down everything that they have under that name. But what's the point of doing it, number one? Second, it's petty. Third, I love Latrice and I would never do something like that. And last but not least, I don't have the money to do something like that. So for all of these reasons, we never did anything about it. But we continuously get people calling us whatever comes through their mind, because from their point of view, we are copying somebody else and try to gain views by stealing their names, which is really triggering for me. Because you have to understand, when you spend 2 or 3 days making Google searches to be sure that you have an original name that nobody has, and then you realize that people who have resources didn't even do that, didn't even think about it, and you are ending up paying the price for it, it's not a nice feeling. It's not a nice feeling. What are you supposed to do about it? So I don't know, maybe we'll change the name of the show, because it's getting aggravating. Every time I receive this kind of comments, it's like it's never a question. It's always a personal attack. It's never like, why do you have this name? You know, it's always, oh, you copied them. And I was like, well, I didn't copy anyone. This was our choice of a name. We did it first. It's just that we are nobodies and nobody knows about this show. So what can you do? You cannot do anything. That's the whole point. You cannot do anything. I am not going to sue over this. I don't have the money to do it. I'm not petty enough to do it, and I would never forget myself for doing it, because it is a shit move. But it's also hard to take these comments coming in. It's demotivating, because as you know, I really put everything I have into this show. If you follow it, you can see how much work actually goes to make it, how much research goes beyond it. And, you know, when comments like this come in, it's really hurtful. It's really hurtful in a way, because also I always try to give credits. Like when people hit me up on Twitter or on Discord and give me information, I'm always like, yes, credit goes to this person, because it's something important for me to give credit. So being misunderstood as somebody who is trying to gain notoriety by copying somebody, it's disheartening. It really hits a spot. It hits a spot. Really. So I don't know. For this year, we'll keep the name. Maybe next year we'll probably change it at this point. And the moment we change it, I will actually register the trademark. I hope that I will have the money to do it. If I don't have it, I will find it. But this time I will register the trademark and defend it with everything that I have. Because you have to understand one thing. Under US law, if you are poor as fuck, just because you published something, you already own the trademark. But this is not true for every country in the world. If you want to have that sort of protection worldwide, you have to pay for it. So if I get tired of this situation and decide that I want to keep doing this show, but we will have to change the name, then next time I'm going to get protection for it. I don't know, maybe if I don't have the money, I will start a GoFundMe and ask for help, for donations, so that we are not in this situation anymore. But it's getting hard. It's demotivating, especially if you're someone like me that really hates this sort of things. Sorry, I lost a little bit of the comments. I went in a little bit of a rant. Chi says, I love that drink. Oh, yes. I need a little bit more. Do I have any more? A little bit, yes. But this is going to be the last. Otherwise, I will fall asleep at 6 in the morning. Joe says, I'll meet you in 10 years at DragCon. Phoenix Rising, I'm going to miss having live streams this upcoming week, but I will understand. Thank you. Dixie, I think you missed my question inquiring about the health of the mouse babies. I'll go to you, Dixie, in a second, and I have a small movie for you. Because I talked about it in the very, very beginning. But I will let me go through the comments and then I will answer that questions. John Young said, heading out in a bit, love the streams, been following since midnight in the library. Thank you. Luna, have you DM'd them? No, but what would be the answer? What would be the answer? I cannot DM Manila Luzon and Latrice Royale and tell them, listen, we used this name before. Can you please stop using it? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would ever send it, you know? I don't know. Yes, it's frustrating. It is. Steph Gray, fuck everyone trying to attack you. It's typical toxic Drag Race fans and they ruin it for everyone. Everyone here and your subs love what you do, so fuck them. Thank you. Thank you, but you know, it's human nature. It's just human nature. You know, I make a point to read the comments, to engage in the comment sections. It's part of the fun. So the problem is that when you read the comments, you're going to read all of them. And these kind of comments will always overpower whatever positive feedback you get. It's just human nature. There is no going around it. There is no going around it. Because when you think about it rationally, 95% of the comments that I get on this channel are either people appreciating what we are doing, or people asking questions, or people wanting to engage in conversation. So it's you know, it's okay stuff. And then there is that 5% that somehow, despite the fact that it's just 5%, it manages to ruin your day. I don't know if I need to grow a thicker skin, probably, or I don't know. Luna, is it really expensive to register? If you just want to register the trademark, it's going to be about 5,000 euros, which is about $6,000, something like that. But it's registered in... because, you know, I took this seriously, so I started looking around. It's registered in 128 countries that signed a specific accord, so it's basically worldwide, but that's what you get. And it's just a trademark, not a copyright. What is the difference? The difference is that if you have the trademark, you can forbid anybody else from using your trademark, but you don't get any sort of damages from it. If you register the copyright, it offers you much more protection. Like you can say, for example, you used my same name. So if I go on Google searches, my name doesn't come up, it comes up yours. And that damages my brand, so you have to pay me that damages. That you get if you have the copyright. But that it's crazy expensive. We are talking about the 15,000 euros range, plus the cost of a lawyer for doing all the paperwork. No. I'm never going to spend that kind of money. Never. It's not going to happen. So at best, we will be stuck with the trademark. If this will ever happen, we'll see. Steph Gray, can we make a trademark fundraiser? if we settle on a decision, I will think this through. I will take time to actually think it through, to do a little bit more of research, see if there is a way to cut costs, so things that I can learn to do myself so that I don't have to pay somebody to do it, and also give myself time to many nights to sleep over this, to also get everybody else's opinions, see also what happens online, if this is triggering me so much. And if in 3, 4, 5 months, 6 months, I decide that is the route that I'm going to go, then yes, if I need help, I will be asking for help. I will ask for help, yes. But not yet. Not yet. These are kind of things that I really want to think through, because I don't like to ask for help if I can avoid doing it. Dixie, I wasn't aware of this attack. I feel terrible that a man with your ethics is being accused of... Thank you. Thank you. Steph, please post your GoFundMe. Don't go crazy over it. Don't worry. Don't worry. If I reach that point, giving a proper amount of time, and in the end the conclusion is that is the way that we want to go, then I will tell everybody that can help us if they would like to help us, because this situation is how it is. If I can avoid it, it would be great. But you know, I don't like to ask for help to begin with. So I will think this through. I will think this through, and then we will see how we go on from there. But thank you for the offer. I appreciate it. Sorry, I lost a lot of comments. Jules, we do love, thank you. The feeling is mutual, trust me. Luna, sorry that this is distressing. We appreciate your efforts and your content. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, one moment to answer to Dixie. So, Dixie, in the very beginning, where is it? One moment, because I had a ton of images opened and it was in the very beginning, so that I can explain to you what happened. There it is. So basically what happened is that we got these 6 mice. Now in the pet shop they mixed up 3 older mice with 3 younger ones. So what happened is that the 3 older ones got really territorial and started biting everyone. Not actually all 3 of the older ones. Apparently one of those was smaller. It was Velvet. And so these 2 started biting everyone. Now, and that was the first problem. The second problem is that I have a very, very big environment for them. And you might think this is a good thing for these tiny animals because they can run around, they have different levels. But unfortunately, that's not always the case, because such a big cage will enforce a territorial behavior from these tiny animals. So without even knowing it, I put them in the worst position, because big cage meant that they had to appropriate all the territory that was around, and they became even more aggressive. So Vicky passed away. At this point, I have no doubt, from the infections from biting. Velvet developed a necrosis on her butt, which is healing. It was much bigger before. Pearl is the only one that seems like she is fine. The problem is Biscuit got the worst of it. I really thought she was going to pass, 20 days ago at this point, because she got 3 different bites. One on her leg, one under her, on her neck, and one on her butt. So when I noticed it, they started developing, I think, a week after I separated them, the two groups, because I realized that there was no going back. So I decided to separate them forever. And I realized that Biscuit was developing this. So this picture is from 10 days ago. And Biscuit developed 3 necrosis and on her cheek an abscess. Now, this abscess grew so much that it was almost as big as her head. Believe it or not, what you see in the picture, it's not even close to how big it became. Now, since we had experience with other mice before, and if you ever have rodents, please remember this thing. If they have abscesses, those do not reabsorb by themselves. It never happens. At best, they become cyst-like material. So, what happens is that, knowing that, we asked the vet to actually lance the abscess and squeeze out all of the content. So she received this thing. You have no idea the amount of stuff that came out, but in time, she had less and less pus coming out of it, and eventually all the skin that she had over the abscess necrotized and fell off. And so she has this big open wound now. In a way, it's a good thing because it can heal from the inside out, so there are no pockets of infections anymore. But you also have to understand, it's a teeny tiny body and it's been wounded in multiple places. So as a result, Velvet weighs 34 grams and Biscuit weighs 19. So you can understand that she basically, everything she had in her body, she's using it for healing. So now we went to the vet again on Tuesday, and now she's also under painkillers, which make her a little bit high because sometimes she falls asleep in places where she shouldn't fall asleep, and sometimes I have to, wake her up and put her on the bowl of food to remind her to eat. So she looks a little bit strange. She's hanging in there, but I think she has a good chance if she's not losing weight. I have a precision balance, and I weigh her every morning. So she is stable. She's not gaining weight, but she's not losing it. If she starts losing weight, then it's when we really have to start worrying again. But at this point, I think she can have a good chance of recovery. She's really strong. I never saw any mouse be this strong. So now that we are done with the mouse talk, I have a little bit of a mouse movie. And then we go back to talk about Drag Race. But this is Vilma, one of the territorial ones. And I don't know who else I have in this, but it's really quick. It's like I go to Vilma and tell her, "Hey, Vilma!" And she immediately runs away. She's like really shy, like really, really shy. That is Biscuit eating her antibiotic. So, that's it for the mouse talk. I don't know if there's still anybody in the chat. Chat, are you alive? Oh, there you are. There you are. The chat is still there. The chat is still there. So, is there something we want to talk about? Whatever. I'm still here for, I would say, half an hour, something like that. We do our usual 4-hour streams, and then I will watch some Star Trek. Currently watching Deep Space Nine, which is great, which is fantastic. And it relaxes me. You know, I like falling asleep to it. Phoenix Rising, I'm living my delusion on the runway. Always delusion on the runway. Always delusion on the runway. Convince yourself. Jules, the poor darlings, Velvet and Biscuit, would have been in so much pain, bless them. They are fighting. I mean, Velvet at this point, I think it's safe to say, she is on her way to complete recovery. The wound hasn't closed completely yet, but she's doing very well. I'm mostly worried about Biscuit because she is tiny. She is the tiniest one out of all of them. Sen, we are here. Felicia, love the fur family photos and videos. Yes, and if you have some pets that you would like to share, there is a special section on the Discord for that. Because we always can use a little bit more of pets. Luna, category is Delusion Extravaganza. Phoenix, praying for Velvet, Pearl, and Biscuit. Thank you. You know, I'm not a religious person, but I'm thankful for whatever good vibes can come, because in all honesty, when I noticed what was going on with Biscuit, I was sure she was not going to make it. So I've been awake for 3 nights in a row because I wanted to be there, but I thought there was no way. But she is fighting like a lion. So any kind of good vibes, whatever it does, anything helps. Dixie, good biscuit eating is antibiotic. Thank you so much for updating us. I think you're the most amazing human being ever. Come on, Dixie, don't embarrass me. Well, I can tell you this much. She is lucky that she is with us. And I am the kind of person who says, you know what? I don't need much to be happy. I don't need to buy new clothes. I don't need to go out eating. I don't need to buy new things. So we can divert a lot of resources to care for them. And believe me, we've been having them for less than a month. And we spent already the usual budget that we have for 1 year. It was well spent. But it's to think that it could have been avoided if people were more knowledgeable at the pet shop. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's not just about the money. It's also about the suffering that they get. Blake Robinson, are you still interested in making a RuPaul documentary you mentioned in the old streams? I really love the idea. Biscuit is a great name. I would love to do it. The problem is always the same. Where is the time to do it? Because I still have that Gigi Good documentary. 4 videos documentary. So the idea is, since it's basically all there and the script has been written, rewritten, recorded, re-recorded, getting materials and so on, I want to get that out, see the reaction that people get for it, and if they like it, then jump on something more complex, something that needs more research, something that needs more editing, something, you know, that you can say, okay, you are doing this now. And knowing that a ton of people will come, that we will get ad revenue from it. No, it's mostly about a lot of people will see it. So based on the reaction that we get from that, I will decide if I actually want to make this documentary on RuPaul. But it's something that I would like to do. It's one of the projects that has been there. Not that much has been worked on that one, but it's with all the unfinished project. So yes. Steph Gray, I cannot hear the word delusion without thinking about Jinx. Me neither. Every time I hear the word delusion, there is a part of my brain that says convince yourself. Blake Robinson's, what happened to the Fifi Awards segment? RuPaul crying was the perfect opportunity this week. I will tell you what happened to it. I wanted to have it in the beginning of this season. We actually had one Fifi award. The problem is that once we got to episode 3 or episode 4, I realized that we should have, that basically half of the review would become a Fifi award. So, unfortunately, I have to temporarily retire the Fifi award. Because if you think about the critiques, it's like, okay, they said this, Fifi award. And then they said this, Fifi award. And then they said this, Fifi award. So, you know, I love the Fifi award. I love the spirit of it. But there's also a part of me that says, maybe if you do it, you are continuously projecting this image of Fifi O'Hara. So I was thinking about asking her directly what she thinks about it. Because she has been going through a lot. And, you know, it's all done in good heart. It's all done for, you know, for fun. But people are going to be exposed to it anyway. And this message will go there again and again. So how much, as much as it makes us giggle and it's a fun idea, I had this thought in the back of my mind. So the combination of the two factors together made me kind of retire the Fifi award for this season. Lemon, would you ever get a guinea pig or an hamster? I had an hamster. And hamsters are cute, but they are really, really stupid. Like they have no sense of gravity, for example. They will fall down whatever. And they are really, really aggressive. You cannot have two hamsters together. It doesn't matter if they are the same sex. It doesn't matter if they are from the same litter. Hamsters are solitary animals, which means you have to have one. So mice are really, really smart. So guinea pigs, they are not that smart, but they're not smart as mice or rats. But I don't know. I don't know guinea pigs. Maybe rats. Maybe rats. I would love to have rats. The problem is I don't have... Well, technically, yes, I have the space for them because they live in cages much smaller than the one that I have for mice. But if I had rats, I would have an adequate space for them. Like, so it would have to be at least twice the cage that we have for the mice. So maybe, I don't know, maybe in the future. Sen, Candy is the owner of the Delusion Factory. Steph Gray, anyway, I have a lecture in 8 hours, so I need to sleep. Thanks for a great streams. These are always the highlight of the week. Mine too. Mine too. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. And hopefully I'll see you back in a couple of weeks when we come back. Blake, I am starving for Jinx on All Stars. I've been watching the Snatch Game live videos on YouTube, and I just know. And I just know that she would kill it so hard. Ben de la Creme type. I don't know if Jinx would ever come back for an all-winning season. I mean, she is Jinx Monsoon. Her brand has been along for a good 8 years, so I don't think anybody... But then again, think about Latrice. Think about Latrice, because her brand was out for 7 years when All Stars 3 came out, and still they managed to run her in the ground. Of course, also Latrice shot herself in the foot a little bit, but I don't know. I'm kind of scared when I think about queens like that I'm really attached in a way. You know, like Laganja, like Jinx Monsoon, like Bianca Del Rio, like Darian Lake, Jocelyn Fox. You know, if they have them on All Stars and then they give them the villain treatment, it would be heartbreaking. You know, and Jinx is an institution. Daisy Rabbit, Fifi goes by Jeremy now. Yes, the Fifi persona is officially retired. She is Jeremy with an A. He still does do drag, mostly on Twitch, which is something that I didn't know. He actually read me on Twitter because of that, in a good way. She still does do drag, but Fifi O'Hara doesn't exist anymore. And you can understand why. Phoenix Rising, the minute Candy called herself delusional, I started dying of laughter and thinking of us, yes. Me too. I was always so scared that people, would take it like we are insulting her and not really getting the joke behind it. So the moment she embraced this thing and said, oh, yes, delusional. Yes, it's me. It was really nice. It's funny. It's so funny. Jules, a RuPaul documentary from fair to fracking factory or something like that, right? Yeah, something like that. And the Delusion Award, that is a great idea. That is a great idea. Maybe we'll create a Delusion Award. Zachary Cortez, I think she's a powerhouse. No matter how long ago she's been on the program, she'll make everyone laugh once again for sure. I tend to believe that as well, but if you've been following, if you know how much goes on behind the scene and how much they edit every single aspect, even things that you would never think about that are edited with a specific purpose, then yes, I kind of fear for it. I kind of fear for it because she has an incredible career. And most importantly, she signed the season 5 contract, which means the only thing she still owns World of Wonder. It's just the NDA, nothing else. Signing a new contract, I don't know about that. Blake Robinson, it doesn't have to be an all winner, honestly. I think that they did what they did with BB could work, but you are right. I think that Jinx is too big for that. And I don't mean to take anything away from BB, but she was from season 1. And it was a very different time. Season 5 was also a different time than today, but it was significantly similar to today than whatever went on from season 1. So I don't think Jinx would ever participate in a normal All-Stars, but in an all-winner All-Stars, maybe she could. I don't know if I really want it. Jules, Delusion Award presented by Candy Muse. Oh, yes. Yes. I mean, a lot of people hate Candy. Not hate in, the way people, oh, you're a hater. No, a lot of people don't like Candy. Personally, I don't care about Candy, but if I have to care about Candy, then I would like to think about something that makes me laugh, that brings me joy, not necessarily, oh, she's been brought to the top and she didn't deserve. Why think about things that make you angry when you have the possibility to look at it from another perspective? At least it's gaggy. I mean, it's a messy season. Candy is a messy queen. It's a match made in heaven. Let's, let's just laugh about it. Blake Robinson, did you hear about the season 14 contract? Yes. We talked about it in the after show. If you want to rewatch it, it's basically at the 1 hour and 20-minute mark, something like that, in the live streams. But yes, I talked about it. It is crazy. Dixie, hamsters are very nasty. Rats live together amazingly well. I had 11. Yeah, and with rats, they are even more social than mice, believe it or not. So they are, for me, they are the perfect pets, even more than mice. What concerns me, and that's the only thing that concerns me, is that if I have an animal, a caged animal, let's call it how it is, I wanted to have an environment that it's at least respectful, that allows them to jump, that allows them to run. Of course, not for miles, because this is still a small apartment, but, if the mice have, how much? 3 square meters on different levels to run around, and I'm still expanding the cage, then a rat would need at least 5 times that space, because they are 5 times bigger, and I don't have that space. Luna, if you have a spot for You Frack It Well or any other parody song, I'm available for it. Yes, we have a parody song in the work. It should have been out this week for everybody to participate in it. Now, I am late with the videos, but in these 2 weeks, since we won't have a live stream next Sunday, I will do my best to get these 3 episodes of the Chop out. And whenever I'm tired of editing those, or whenever it's encoding, so I have free time, I want to record that damn parody so that it can be used as a blueprint, so that you guys can sing along with me or do whatever you want with it. There will be instructions. But that is my first priority. That and the 10 lip sync commandment. But the parody song first, because once I have it out, since we will all be singing it together and it will be a collaborative project, I cannot like make the song available and say, okay, in 1 week we'll do it. You know, I will give you guys like 3 weeks, whatever it is, to get together whatever you want to get together. So in the meantime, can finally publish the 10 lip sync commandment. But it will come very, very soon. There is a section on the Discord for the song parodies. So if any of you want to make a mock of yourself with us and show how bad of a singer you are welcome to join. Like, welcome, very welcome to join. Blake, I'm so tired of the candy aid. Like, how are you gonna come for her when your country has no... Ooh. I'm not sure I got the entirety of your comment. I am so tired of people being aggressive for no reason in general. It's not just symptoms of a bigger problem. Jules, are you still hoping to do a parody video to Kitty Girl? I'm here for the licking of the can. Yes, I have the lyrics. They are already done. I already exercised singing them. It's just a matter of taking 3 hours where Mr. Invisible is not in the house because I cannot sing in front of him. Record this thing and actually edit together a little bit of something, maybe with the lyrics on screen or whatever it is. So that I can actually give you guys material to make your work much easier, including downloadable files and whatever is needed. Really, whatever is needed. Maybe we will just have a small live streams directly on the Discord or maybe on the channel, and we can discuss all the details. But I would really like to make this project as a celebration of us as a group. So, and, you know, feel stupid, because who cares? If you have fun with it, who gives a shit? Luna, no video though, but yes to singing. Whatever comes. Jessica asks, not the no water comment. What's the no water? Oh, Blake! Oh, yes! Now I got it. You know, at almost 3 in the morning, I tend to become a little bit slower than usual, because it's not like I'm that fast to begin with, but a little bit slower than usual. Blake Robin was anyway, buy my merch. Do you remember that live stream when they had the Tamisha fight and they actually went on social media to track down the evolution of her response to everything? And I realized that she was like, oh yeah, by the way, buy my merch. Tarciso, I have to go. See you soon. Thank you for coming. See you in 2 weeks, if you will. Jules, if I could sing, I'd perform a Utica song. If you can sing, it doesn't matter if you can sing. None of us can sing. You know, none of us can. Have you heard me? None of us can sing. That's the point of a parody song. It's not going to be a Grammy-winning song. It's a parody. It's, you know, shit show in a can. So, whatever comes, it doesn't matter. Personally, I would like to have the time to actually go filming something in I never remember the name in English for that place. Never ever. And also trying to fix my keyboard. That would be a good idea. You know, desperately trying to fix the internal keyboard of the laptop. That's going to take a couple of days just for trying. Yes, in English, please. A dump. Okay, I would like to film in a dump, you know? Like having a nice bed sheet all over me so that, you know, I'm not actually recognizable, and filming in a dump, you know? Hugging some garbage, getting my life on the floor with garbage thrown at me, cat walking in the dirt, you know, something like that. Something that speaks, I don't give a shit about the environment. You know, that's the spirit of it. That's the spirit of the songs. Who cares about the environment? Money, it's what matters in life. That's the spirit of the song. Blake, are we still doing the ghost dancing in the... Yes, of course we are doing it. I still have to see if they allow me to actually do it, because if they don't allow me, I will just do it in a garbage bin. I will really do it in a garbage bin. I don't give a shit. Somehow I will be on screen with garbage. That's the point. Jules, Candy thinking Australia was a third world. Yeah, you have to understand. Listen, it's the U.S. first. She's a person of color. Second, she was living in Brooklyn, which is my understanding. It's one of the poorest part of the state of New York. So, with all of these things together, you cannot really blame her for not really having an education, because it's mostly not on you. It's mostly a matter of where you were born and when you were born. But, you know, if we're talking about it with good heart, yes, I think it's kind of gaggy as well. I thought it was gaggy when she went online and said that she had a panicked attack. Because of the spelling. You know, I should be the last laughing about these things, because, you know, by this point, you know that my English is completely fucked up. My pronunciation, sometimes it's really, I don't know. I don't even know how to define it. Like, sometimes I know how I should pronounce some words, but they just don't come out the right way. Like, somebody one time left me a comment saying, I don't understand why you keep saying happysode, because there's nothing happy about it. And I'm like, yes, I know, it's just my English. And I know that there is no H. I know it said episode, but when it comes out as happysode. So I don't know. It's gaggy. In a way, it's kind of gaggy. Felicia, Rose's boy name is Ross Matthew McQuarter. Is she Ross Matthew's love child? Could be. Could be. Jules, I've always wore the words thrown at me with pride. Arrogant. Blake, I enjoyed when Rosé did the show. Yes, me too. Me too, when she ran around with that wig saying, oh, I'm a gay-ass bitch. I'm Joey J. I'm surprised that they left that in the episode because it really made Rosé super relatable. So at least I was grateful, you know, it was nice. And come on, let's be honest. When we saw that wig, didn't you think about Joey J? Because that wig was screaming gay-ass bitch. There was no way that anyone would see Candy in that wig and thinking she was not living her Joey J fantasy again and again and again. That was what it is. Felicia, as a special educator, I believe Candy has a learning disability. Well, it's difficult to say. When you see from social media and so on, it's I'm really careful when it goes to that diagnosing someone, or not because maybe you cannot spot sign of it, but it just sends this kind of message that then you have people online saying, oh, this person has this and this person has that, and it's just in general, it's in bad taste. And when I say that, I don't mean that every kind of comment in that direction is in bad taste, but it's a little bit like, I don't know it. What I do know for sure is that there is a very likely possibility that she didn't receive a good education from her state. Point blank. Point blank. Blake, I wish Candy's commercial was something that had to do with arrogant. I wish it had something that had to do with delusion. Some sort of delusion. Felicia, I believe she might be dyslexic. Well, I don't know. I really cannot say. Fantasia, did you email Miss Iman? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, but I wasn't blessed with an answer from the goddess, our only true goddess. So, for what we do on this channel and the way we do it, I'm not surprised that no queens would ever be associated with us. I understand which kind of game has been played. So I wrote her one time on Twitter during the show to send some love, some good vibes, and then one time she asked if anybody was willing to help, and I wrote her, and then after that live that she did, that she said, oh yes, hit me with an email, I wrote again. But I want wrote more than that, because at this point it starts sounding like you are being inappropriate, like you are pushing. I mean, if she wanted to answer, she had three opportunities to answer. So if she's not doing it, she has her reasons. By this point, it's pretty clear. One time you might say, well, maybe that message didn't arrive. Maybe that other email was lost somehow. But at this point, I like to think that she might have her reasons, and it is how it is. It would have been nice, but I do understand if she wouldn't want to risk exposing herself to us, and we are still nobodies, and we still are on YouTube, and YouTubers don't really have a good reputation when it comes to putting the Queen's interests before their own financial interest, because anybody could say yes, let's have a talk, and then they make a video and spill all of the tea, and then the Queen gets fucked over because it was supposed to be a private conversation. And we are still nobodies. So if you don't know who we are, if you don't have a very known and established brand, of course nobody is really going to open up with us, because they have no reason to believe that we would respect anonymity and actually avoid sharing things if that was the original intention. So yeah, it's I was, when in the live she said, oh yes, tell him that I would like to have a conversation, I was like, oh my god, yes. But at some point I also realized maybe she was put in a difficult situation. You have somebody that is calling live and that's telling you, hey, but there is this channel that does this and this and this, and maybe she was caught a little bit off guard, and she was just, going along and say, oh yes, tell him to write me and so on. But maybe she didn't really feel like it, and she didn't want to be disrespectful in the moment. So, but at least we got a shout out from Coffee. It's still nice. Adrian, will there be videos for previous episode missings? I love your videos. Yes, of course. I've been very, very busy, but I will finish this season. So everything that went on in the live streams will be compacted. All the videos that needs to be there for showing the points that I'm making will be edited in, and the episodes will be there. I'm just late on them, but they will be there. So since there won't be a live stream next week, I actually have the extra time, and I hope that by the time we will be here again to discuss the the finale, all the videos are out. This is what I hope that I will manage to get together. I think there is a likely chance that I will get at least 2 out, but yes, they will be there. No worries, they will be there. Jules, that's how my dad talks. He uses the H word starting with E. He's European, and so is my mother. So yes, it's a European thing. Blake, honestly, I love to poke fun at Candy, but I was thinking about if she didn't stay with Simone in the Rusical, and I'm so glad they both stayed. If she didn't stay with Simone... Oh, the double shantay. Well, I don't think... Listen, editing-wise, I don't think that staying this long, considering the whole fan base, is really doing her any favor. Because people will not say the producers kept Candy. People are going to say Candy stole somebody else's position in the top 4. Because, like it or not, we are a small, very tiny percentage of the audience. The vast majority doesn't really think twice. They just go like, oh, Candy didn't deserve it. I hate Candy. That's how they go. So maybe it would have been better for her to go out in that lip sync. And there is no shame going out on a lip sync against Simone. Felicia, it was a professional opinion. We are trained to assess to ensure students get a proper program to help them. Yeah. I'm not judging your preparation, but I want to also push out the idea, because there are a ton. If you go on Reddit, for example, you will find a ton of people coming out with, I am a professional this, I am a professional that. Like, you will find one in every thread. So it stands to reason at some point that people just do it for the giggles. They come out and say, oh, this person has this person has that. So I wanted to frame all of this, because it's a reality that you have people out there going like, oh, this person has depression, this person has a personality disorder, or this person is schizophrenic, you know. So it's nothing against your professionalism. It's more of a precaution. It's more of a precaution. Blake says, oh no, Jules, I wonder that or a speech impediment. I don't know the definition of speech impediment. For what I know, it's the impossibility to say particular sounds. But I'm not sure. Don't take my word for it, because I'm not a professional in that field. Blake, I recently found out Jackie Cox was in a TV show called What Would You Do? And there's a still image of her, and now that makes me howl. Oh, a still image of her that you own. Oh! Jules, I showed Elliot some support on Instagram a few times and she was really grateful. Only Tamisha has responded to my comments. The season 13 queens don't respond much at all. Yeah, I know. It's, well... It's a double-edged sword when you start engaging with the audience. But let's say it like this. I do appreciate people that take the time to engage. I really do appreciate it. Because, you know, fans are not just something that is there to bring you fame, to buy your merch, to lift you up when you feel down. And, you know, it's nice that you are doing that you are entertaining us, but, you know, a little bit of interaction, since most of the bond that people have with these queens is more of an emotional one. It would be appreciated. Like, I really appreciate Yu Hamasaki. She's constantly interacting with everyone. You know, she really puts in the work. Lemon, who do you think won the Tina versus Utica lip sync? I am conflicted. It was a very good candidate for a double Shantae for me. If we really needed to have one, that would have been a really gaggy one. Then it's difficult to say. Because, as you know, it's edited. So you have camera angles... You know, you have people laughing. It's difficult to say, but based on what I saw, I think that both did a really good job. Jules, Nina Bonina is the most responsive queen. Raja O'Hara and Mariah the Legend is awesome too. Well, I don't know that much because I'm not that much in social media, but I take your word for it. What's going on there? Sorry, I was looking at the two bitches in the big cage. They're kind of fighting for running on the wheel. Sometimes they run together in opposite directions. Lemon, Tina was also funny during the beginning part. Jules, Utica won because she mouthed the words and made the comical move. They were two different styles. Blake, I've seen Denali in fans comment alt on TikTok and stuff. Also, she's always live. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't plan on ever having a TikTok account. And I don't plan on ever having an Instagram one, so most of that I miss. Whenever I get some intel from from those platforms, it's because it comes from you guys. But no, I'm not going to make an account for that. I would lose my sanity. Dixie, I'm so curious how the finale is going to look. I think this is the first time we ever had a lip sync for the finale where there hasn't been a talented dancer. I'm curious how this one will play out. I'm curious as well, especially about that theater things, because somebody came in the chat before saying that they heard rumors that they actually rented a theater for filming the finale. So it would be gaggy if they do it, in the empty theater. But I also appreciated the craftiness of doing it at home. It felt really intimate, like a real connection. It was, and it was a best example of one of the most forgotten arts of doing drags, which is doing the best you can with the little you have. So I loved the way they coped with the lockdown for the season 12 finale. I hope we get that again. Only because of that. There is always time in future seasons to, rent a theater, have our usual live finale. This is like more of an opportunity in a way. Jules, Candy still goes on Twitter and asks what people think of her outfits and performances. And she's opening herself to ridicule, but also she seems to handle it better than the other girls. That's good to know. I followed Candy in the beginning of the season. The problem that I had was that I would continuously get notifications of her arguing with fans or coming online and saying, "Oh, who is going to attack me today? Come on, I'm ready." And you get it once, you get it twice, you get it 3 times. At the 4th time, you're like, I don't need to see this. It makes my blood boil. I don't need to see it. Because I don't know if she changed, but she was really antagonizing everyone. And, it starts clouding my judgment. Because at the end of the day, this is still a reasonable show, and I cannot allow myself to become too emotional about it because I spent too much time on social media, because I would be unfair to these queens. So I just stopped following. But props to her. Jules says, Utica posts picture, but she never responds to comments ever anymore. I think people have scared her. That's really shitty, isn't it? The hate that she got. Yes, it's stupid. It's stupid. It's like, how can you buy into that kind of narrative? It's kind of worrying that people can be manipulated so easily. She didn't, in my opinion, she shouldn't have apologized to begin with. At all. What was the point of apologizing? You're just opening yourself to even more critique. You admitted that you did something wrong. She didn't do anything wrong. She fucked up a challenge, and that's it. Sunny May says, when queens rarely interact, but be quick to scream buy my merch, is like, why? Yeah, I think I made my opinion very clear about this kind of attitudes, It's like, yes, we are the audience, okay? So you are giving us your performance and we support you for your performance. But you also have to understand that the things goes both ways, The audience is not just a commodity that you get and you can exploit, It's something that you are supposed to have a back and forth with. Of course, a skewed one, because you are one person and the audience is hundreds of thousands of people. But, still a kind of back and forth, because at the end of the day, the audience pays your bills. So I appreciate people who actually do interact. at least a little bit from time to time when it's possible, you know. Let's talk about Jeremy, for example, Fifi O'Hara. She's always interacting on Twitch. It's incredible the amount of interaction that she gets, that she gives. So, you know, I get that sometimes some queens, they go live every once in a while, they respond. She interacts like we do, you know. It's really nice. She's incredible. She's really incredible. Phoenix, if it's an empty theater, they don't have to worry about Gottmik's lip sync. We are feeling sassy, aren't we? Beatrice, there is a rumor that they filmed the finale the 10th and 11th of April in a theater in Los Angeles. So if you want, I can post the article on Discord, but it's not really interesting. Yes, post it. Beatrice, you are incredible. You always are the one that finds all of this stuff that nobody is thinking about finding. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Yes, post the article. Post it. For sure. Maybe they filmed a porn movie, not the finale, you know. SC says, RuPaul's Drag Race. Inadvertently, and you're being generous, inadvertently gay bashing and exploiting drag queens since 2009. Well, it wasn't exploitative in the very early seasons, you know. At least not any more than any other TV show made for commercial purposes and to turn a profit at the end of the day. It just went completely overboard since season 8. Season 7, season 8, you could feel it increasing, and it went completely overboard once they moved to VH1. Like, way overboard. Okay, everyone, we reached our 4th hour, and I think I'm almost ready to go to sleep. So, what are we going to do? I hope I get these 3 videos out in the next 2 weeks. We won't have a live stream this week, but I will write in the community section to tell everyone that we are coming back in 2 weeks, so that we can take a little bit of time off and get back to publish all the videos that we are still missing. So, fingers crossed. I will be on Discord on Thursday night for a game night, as usual. Not as usual because I wasn't there this week, but, you know, this week was completely fucked up. So if you will, I will see you on Thursday on Discord, or in 2 weeks for the next live streams, or when the videos come out in the comment section. Thank you so much for joining the live streams, and I hope that I'll see you soon and have a nice couple of weeks. So, see you guys.